Roll call. Meek.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Page.
Here.
Peterson here. Ray.
Here.
Williams.
Here.
Weiniger.
Here.
Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, moving right into DCSD Spotlight, and I will turn it over to the superintendent.
Thank you, President Peterson. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here this evening. It is so fun to see our boardroom this crowded with amazing, proud students and parents. I love it. Before we get started with our recognitions tonight, we're actually going to watch a video on Youth Congress. Arguably, I should have stayed over there, but I'll go back. So.
The state capital of Colorado is iconic. It's a historic place where people have gathered for years to create awareness and change. Students from all over Douglas County made the journey to Denver to do just that.
Youth Congress is an extremely special event, and it's honestly one I look forward to every year. It is the most exciting, energizing event ever with our students, and it's such a great day to come and hear the students' voice, as well as what they want to have happen at our district level, our county level, and our state level.
I just love the people, the community, and we all have a certain type of perspective, and we come together to solve problems that are presented.
School leaders, state legislators, county officials, and health professionals are in attendance to tackle an issue that is on the mind of many.
Mental health.
Mental health.
This year, every single session is on mental health, and that's because of our students. They took their voice and empowerment and said, can we have one that's just completely, exclusively devoted to mental health, because that's our #1 concern right now. And so I'm thankful that as officials and the Douglas County Youth Initiative, the answer was absolutely, we can focus on mental health.
It's a chance for students to share ideas,
I think accessibility needs to be improved.
their points of view,
I think we should focus on perspectives, like a negative perspective and a positive perspective.
and to learn.
I think we're kind of here to learn and observe, just because it's our first time.
The ideas that we're going to learn here, we can take that back. Just hearing other people here can spark ideas that can help our community.
The groups cover a range of topics from social media.
It's a slippery slope. I think there are absolutely positive aspects of social media. That being said, there's downsides as well.
To health and wellness.
We've had a lot of people say, oh, self-care is too hard, we don't have time, but really educating people, you need to make sure you're well and prioritizing yourself, and that's okay to do.
The students who participate in Youth Congress know that the work to improve one's mental health never ends, but they remain optimistic for a better future.
It's a real thing, and it's really detrimental to probably every country out there, and people are taking steps. Honestly, I don't think it will be solved completely, but the best thing we can do is minimize it drastically.
Well, what even is this class for? Is it for strategies, or is it for getting help from an educated professional and individual?
I think the best thing is when they start asking us questions about how you feel.
Education surrounding mental health and well-being in the school district happens at all grade levels.
When we look at the work that's most important, it is catching every single student. We call that our universal work. And so we're making sure kids are getting lessons when they're in preschool and then all the way up on how to manage emotions, how to be healthy, and how to really set good goals for themselves.
Okay. We're really proud of our kids and the time that they spent at Youth Congress. So I'd also like to shout out a special thank you to all of the students and our staff who participated in this year's Youth Congress. And a special thanks to Douglas County Youth Initiative for once more hosting this very important event. Okay, so next we're going to talk about some very impressive high school students. These very impressive students are part of an elite group representing less than 1% of U.S. high school seniors. I'm going to say that again. Less than 1% of U.S. high school seniors. These academically talented students advance in the competition, which awards 7,140 National Merit Scholarships across the country worth nearly $28 million. We have 29 National Merit semifinalists this year. So here's how we're going to do this. I'm going to have our school leaders, or if you're here to represent your high school, come on up here first, and I'll have the school leaders call our students by name. And then, so students, when you're called, just come up and join your school leader, and be warned in advance that when we have everyone up here, I'm going to pass the microphone. And we're going to ask you, our students, to tell us in a very brief remark, either what the National Merit what it means to you to be a semifinalist, or your hopes for the future. So I'll tell you the question now so that you have a few minutes to think it over. And up here we have our high school leaders and representatives to introduce our kids. So I am going to start with Dr. Page from the Highlands Ranch High School.
Awesome. I'd love to have our two representatives, Peyton Tarrick and May Webster, come on up. Just to give you a quick background, Peyton is going to be a neurosurgeon, and so because of that, he started the philanthropy club at our school so he could donate money to help out those who are going through those type of surgeries. And May Webster, during COVID, chose to go ahead and complete her 9th grade and 8th grade year simultaneous. So she's only been with us for 3 years, but both of these guys are rock stars. So let's give them a nice round of applause.
Thank you. Thunder Ridge High School, our representatives are not just 1% in the United States, but top at Thunder Ridge High School. So I'm truly proud of our representatives here tonight. They're not only leaders in the classroom, but they're leaders outside the school and in our community. They get involved in a lot of different activities, extracurricular activities. So I'm very, very proud of our recipients tonight. They represent Thunder Ridge High School in so many ways. So I'm truly excited to bring up Gavin Banks and Andrew Drew McDowell. Come on up. Great day to be a Grizzly.
He stole that, guys. He stole that. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Andy Abner, proud principal at Rock Canyon High School, where it's always a great day to be a Jag. And I'm excited to be here with you tonight to recognize 9 semifinalists from Rock Canyon High School. I know all of them couldn't be here, but I want to read all their names because they've all worked so hard, and they represent what is academic excellence at our school and our great representatives and outstanding Jaguars. So Nihal Chowdhury, if I call your name, come on up when I call your name. Give them one big clap. Boom. All right, there we go. Philip Dobranowski, Annie Gao, Lee Guberson, Adarsh Kalan, Shloka Kandakuri, Nathan Kim, Aryav Rastogi, and Alicia Tan. Give them all a big round of applause. These are outstanding Jaguars. Thank you guys for representing our school so well.
Hello, my name is Nick Ryder with Michael Cordova here, representing the Parker community and the Legend High School. We have 3 young individuals who have had such a tremendous impact on our community and our school, and I am super honored and excited to get the opportunity to introduce them to you. May I please have Curtis Predum, Morgan Underwood, and Nana Vivek please come up to the podium here.
All right, I am Danny Windsor, Assistant Superintendent for the district. I am getting to represent Mountain Vista High School tonight. Mr. Segley was unable to make it here, and so I get the great pleasure of recognizing some amazing kids here. So we have 8 kids from Mountain Vista High School we'd like to recognize. Once I say your name, please come on up. I believe we only have a couple that are here, but I will say having been in the high schools for a number of years, the accomplishment of being a National Merit finalist, when you talk about the 1%, the dedication that goes with that, the sacrifice that goes with that, definitely is something we want to thank our students. Also want to thank our families for their support as well too. So I'd like to bring up Audrey Chang. We're going to do the one clap. We'll go the one clap. All right, Audrey Chang, we'll give you a clap. Go ahead. Luke Gallo. Catherine Church. Samantha Konka. Lillian Smith. Quinn An Nguyen. Leo Rasmussen. And Venetia Tripathi. I'll let you guys get, there you go. A round of applause. What's that? We got everybody?
High schools. All right, look at that. We even all fit up here. All right, students, so I'm going to hand the microphone starting on my left. So if you just want to tell us either what the National Merit Semifinalist Award means to you or what your hopes for the future are, that would be great. We'll start with you. And introduce yourselves.
All right. Hi, I'm May Webster, and I just like to say I'm very grateful for the opportunity to compete for the National Merit Scholar, and I hope that it will help me accomplish my dreams in college.
My name is Peyton Taraik. It means a lot to be recognized by National Merit and up here today, and I hope to one day be a neurosurgeon.
Hi, I'm Gavin Banks. I think that this means that all of us have worked our butts off and we should all congratulate ourselves, so never forget that. Yeah, and I can't wait to achieve my dreams. Shout out to Darla and Greg Banks. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Drew McDowell, and the National Merit award means a lot to me, and like Gavin said, just a lot of hard work paid off.
Hi, my name is Nehal Chaudhary, and I'm very honored to be here today, and I hope that I can make a change in this world.
Hi everyone, I'm Annie Gao. I'm so incredibly grateful to be given this opportunity, and I hope to make a more inclusive world where more people can have opportunities like this.
Hi everyone, my name's Adarsh. Once again, I'm really honored to be up here, and I feel like all of us have worked collectively really hard, so this is just amazing just to be recognized. I also just really want to make an impactful change in the world as well.
Hi, I'm Shloka Kandakuri, and I'm also very honored to be up here. And my hopes for the future are to see a lot of women in STEM.
Hi, I'm Alicia Tan. I'm very happy to be here, and I think this shows that all of us are very cool people. And then I also want this award, hopefully, to fund my future endeavors in engineering.
Hello, I'm Curtis Prudham. I think this award to me is kind of just like a culmination of all of our hard work, and I really hope it gives me a good opportunity to go on in college and explore the things I want to there.
I'm Morgan Underwood. I'm really thankful to be recognized by National Merit, and I hope to one day work for NASA.
My name is Nanda Vivek. I'm really honored to be here today, and I hope to be a neurosurgeon in the future and continue to make a positive impact on my community.
Hi, I'm Audrey Chang, and I would like to emphasize that we only represent a few of the bright students in Douglas County, but not all of them.
Hi, I'm Luke. It's kind of cool to be here, and I hope to do biomedical engineering later on.
Okay, we're going to do a quick picture because us adults want to be with you future superstars so that we can say that we knew you when. Yeah, Miss Rader, what would you like to do? You want a front row that kind of kneels down? Yeah, adults in the back, kids in the front. That's good. By your height. You guys got this. There we go. Look at that. They had it. Perfect. I also want to mention that we are missing our kids from Chaparral, Ponderosa High School, and STEM because they will be celebrated next month. All right, how about one more round of applause for these amazing young men and women? Congratulations, you guys. I'll go sit down. Congratulations. Yeah. What? Okay. Next, we are going to honor Parker Core Knowledge Charter School, who was recently named as a 2023 National Blue Ribbon School. So I'm going to have the Parker Core Knowledge folks come on up here. We are so proud of your school. Come on up. We have current and past leadership all up here who have done an amazing, amazing job. All right, I'm going to hand it over to Choice Director Gordon Mosier to introduce your team and talk a little bit about Parker Core Knowledge, and then hand it over to Ms. Applin.
Perfect, thank you. Just want to say thanks for the opportunity and put it a little bit in perspective. When we talk about those amazing numbers of our students in that small percentage, National Blue Ribbon schools, that's 350-ish schools across the entire country and only 4 in the state of Colorado. So this is a great achievement, a great honor, and just really proud of the work that we do in our community to enforce academic standards and really push that level and continue to improve. So I'm going to hand it over to Trustin, and then you can go back and forth however you want.
Hi. My name is Trustin Thompson. I'm the current school director at Parker Core Knowledge. I have with me Terry Applin, who is the former school director. This is truly an amazing award, very indicative of the hard work that not only our teachers put in, but our students, our staff, our parents, our community who work so hard to support everything that we're doing. This is truly an amazing award, and we're very, very grateful to be recognized for the hard work that's being put in.
Hello, I'm Terry Applin, former school director. I spent 19 years at PCK, loved every minute of it, and I wish my sidekick was here, Johanna Harth, who has been the school director for the last 2 years. I had the privilege of working with her all the 19 of those years, and she carried on for the last 2 after I retired, but these 3 new administrators at our school are going to carry the torch, and they were on staff with us for many years. They lived in the environment. Excuse me, they understood what was involved, and they're as committed to the vision for all of our students. And I couldn't be prouder of the school for not only the staff, but for the students and their parents, because everybody works hard, and we've always been Team PCK. And we say all the time, we're PCK proud. And I love their new slogan for the future. They say, honor the past, inspire the future. And that is so fitting for the school because we have a long history of hard work and I think very successful students that come through the process. And we all work hard, but we love the work that we do, and it's a labor of love. So I'll turn it over to Bree Warp. Bree.
Sorry, it's okay. I'm Brianna Warburton. I am one of the academic directors at PCK now. I just want to say thank you to all of our staff. This really is a team effort to get us to this point. And then in addition to our board and our former administration, because for PCK to win this award in a time of administration transfer is really kind of a big deal. It is something that we have celebrated in that our staff has stayed bought into what we're doing, moving forward, making sure we're catching every single individual child. We say at our school there's no invisible children, and it takes every single adult in our building to make sure that there's not one single child that we let go invisible for even a day. So it is a testament to our staff buy-in there and just our board and our former administration in the thoughtfulness in transition of administration.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Harper. I'm also the academic director at PCK. I am so thankful for Terry Applin and Johanna Harth, what they've given us. To work at PCK is a gift. To be an administrator at PCK is a gift and also a big thing, a big responsibility. But our staff, our parents, and our new administration, former administration, work hard day in and day out.
Well, thank you so much for all that you do for kids. We are so, so proud to have Parker Core Knowledge be part of the Douglas County School District, and so proud of the work you do and the great history of your school. So just a very sincere congratulations from all of us in Douglas County. Congratulations. Okay, we have one recognition left. I know I'm over my time, President Peterson, but all right. One more one more left. Hold on, I got to get to the right page. This is a big script, sorry. Okay, next I'm really proud to say we are going to celebrate one of our teachers who was recently named the Junior Achievement Rocky Mountain Educator of the Year. Right? Boss Wolf, come on up here. And I'd love to have Principal Chris Page join us, as well as Stephanie Murphy, Director of Junior Achievement. Please come on up. Yeah, that's perfect. And Boss has his family here, so a shout out to Boss's family. Yep. Boss, the work that you do at Highlands Ranch High School is incredible. I think most of us have been in your classroom and seen what a difference that you make in the lives of every single one of your students. And sometimes your students are feeling a little lost when they come to you, and you make them feel found and give them purpose. And what you do for them is truly remarkable. I'd love to give Dr. Page and Stephanie a chance to talk also about you. Not him, just her. All right. Oh, actually, I'm going to start with Stephanie Murphy.
Thank you. All right, I had to write this because, oh no, never mind. I'm going to cry anyway. I've known Mr. Wolf. That's I go by Mr. Wolf all the time for a lot of years. And when we lost Mr. Chandler, it was rough, but I went in there with his lead and helped those students through a really hard time. I've been with JA for 16 years, and I've never been part of a classroom or a partnership with Mr. Wolf that I am so proud of. So this day is very full circle for me. So when we look for someone deserving of Educator of the Year, we look for someone who goes out of their way to make the JA experience a positive one for volunteers and students, and also shows enthusiasm for JA's goal of inspiring and preparing young people to build the future. And Mr. Wolf has done about 53 JA programs. I've been part of maybe half of them, or a lot of them. But more importantly, he removes the students from the classroom and gives them that real world experience with a lot of the JA programs, and just recently our new one, the Dream Accelerator. And these kids are amazing, and they are going to be so successful because of your amazing work in the classroom. So we are lucky to have you as part of our JA family as well. So you're welcome.
Just to echo, we are blessed like none other at Highlands Ranch High School. One of the things we talk about is soaring for excellence and choosing your altitude. And I got to tell you that Boss lives and dies by that. He ensures that kids get a chance to soar as high as they possibly can, and then beyond, and choosing their altitude, and continues to work with each and every one of them. We're birthday twins, and we always laugh about the connections that we have in life, but one of the biggest connections that I hope we maintain is that ability to save kids' lives and impact their lives. And number one, ahead of everything else, people know that Boss saves kids' lives in the work that he does. So if we could give another nice round of applause out to Boss.
Okay, we're going to do a picture, because now I'm teary-eyed too. All right, ready? Here she is. I'm like,
Here we go.
come on up. Oh, come on up. Yeah.
Family up, don't you?
Yeah, and we'll get one with his family for sure.
Okay. All right. You guys asked them what was.
Come on up. No, we want you to be in the picture. Come on, girls. Come on, kids. We're going to be in the picture. That's what we're talking about.
There you go.
Come on. Come on, hurry, come on. There we go. Congratulations. And that concludes tonight's recognitions.
All right, one last round of applause for all our awardees this evening. Okay, moving on to item number 7, acceptance of agenda. The recommendation is the Board of Education approves the agenda as presented. Do I have a motion?
Move to accept.
Motion by Ray,
Second.
second by Williams. Meek,
Aye.
Myers,
Aye.
Page,
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray,
Aye.
Williams,
Aye.
Weiniger.
Aye.
Moving into item number 8, the superintendent updates.
Thank you. So I have several updates this month. All of our DCSD high schools were recognized by College Board last week as being part of the AP Honor Roll at the either the bronze, silver, or gold level. This is a new College Board award that recognizes AP programs that are delivering results for students while broadening access. So it's a great honor for our high schools. Thunder Ridge High School Field Day took place this week on October 6th, and I appreciate Director Myers, Director Meek, and Director Ray attending with me. It was an absolutely amazing day, and it's amazing to watch. My favorite part about Thunder Ridge High School's Field Day is really seeing how engaged each and every student is. They feel so included in the pride for their class and for their school. Really amazing. The first Aerospace Partners Collaborative meeting took place on October 5th. This collaborative represents a partnership between higher ed, industry, and K through 12 to support the growth of the aerospace industry in Douglas County, and we are very proud to be a part of that collaborative. Our student advisory group students planned and executed a Board of Education candidate forum last night at the Legacy campus. Thank you to our students for all of their work on this completely student-led and organized forum. Youth Congress took place on October 3rd. 150 of our students attended, and we got to see the video. Congratulations to Rock Canyon Boys 5A golf team who won the state championship, and congratulations to Charlie Tucker at Rock Canyon who won state as an individual. It's a big honor. The Douglas County Foundation Gala was on September 29th. Thank you to all who attended. It was fundraising. It was a celebration and fundraising to support our schools. They raised $100,000 in donations and scholarships. So thank you to all who attended, and a special thank you to all those who donated. Apple Award nominations are open through November 12th on the Foundation for Douglas County Schools website. So we encourage all of our families to go, and our students, to go and shout out a teacher that really has made a difference in your life and your student's life. The DCSD District Library and Media Center, DCSD Sustainability Department, and the Douglas County Conservation District are all partnering to host a One Book, One District community event on Saturday, November 11th from 9 to noon at the Douglas County Fairgrounds. All are welcome to attend. October 9th through 13th is Gifted and Talented Education Week in Colorado. We are very proud of our many DCSD educators and leaders who presented this week at the State Gifted and Talented Conference. Additionally, several of our counselors and leaders presented at the Colorado Counseling Conference last week. So our DCSD educators are seen as leaders across our state in these very important professional fields, and we're very proud of all of them for representing our district so well. Dr. Kelly Smith, our very own Director of Health, Wellness, and Prevention, received the Counselor Advocate of the Year Award at the State Counseling Conference last week. We are really excited to celebrate Dr. Smith at a future board meeting. Congratulations. And then finally, my husband and I have been enjoying our Friday night DCSD football games. It's really fun to go to our games and see our kids and our parents and our staff and the school spirit. So I encourage everyone to attend football games on Friday nights. It's a great way to spend a Friday night. And that concludes our superintendent updates for tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Kane. We'll now move on to item number 9, public comment. Purpose of public comment is to balance the ability to hear diverse viewpoints from a broad spectrum of citizens throughout the district while allowing our Board of Education to conduct business in an orderly and efficient manner. Time has been adjusted to allow all speakers the opportunity to speak during their allotted time for public comment. Each speaker will be afforded the ability to speak once during public comment. 3 minutes will be allotted for each speaker tonight. When speaking, please remain respectful and address the board rather than the guests or staff in the room. To respect a speaker's free speech, please do not interrupt them while they're at the podium providing comments. You'll have a 15-second notice prior to the end of your time so you can wrap up your comments. When your time is up, please leave the podium. If the audience wants to react between speakers, feel free to do so while being respectful and honoring the next speaker's time to speak. However, please do not engage speakers and other audience members in a disruptive manner. With that, we will start with some student comment tonight, and we have Nanda Vivek to provide a student update.
Hi, my name is Nanda Vivek, and I'm a senior at Legend High School. I'm the co-president for Student Advisory Group. Like the board mentioned earlier, we had our student-led candidate forum last night. We had about 50 attendees, and I can say overall it went really well. We had a lot of thoughtful responses and some amazing questions. And just to let you know what Student Advisory Group will be doing, we'll be kind of taking some of the responses and a lot of the data we gathered from the questions as well and incorporating it into our actions going forward and also the subgroups initiatives. And so I just wanted to give you guys an update on how that went. And that's it. Thank you.
And congratulations on your award. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll move to public comment, and we have Jennifer Iverson, followed by Kathy Lees and Kelly Mayer. Ms. Iverson.
Good evening. I'd like to shout out to the Highlands Ranch High School for the double whammy of having Dr. Page, the Colorado Principal of the Year, and Bass Wolf's Junior Achievement Teacher of the Year Award. The amazing opportunities at that high school are plentiful because of the culture and climate that has been cultivated by the staff. I have concerns about the new DCSD Curriculum Advisory Council, the CAC. The current composition is not balanced. As written, it would comprise of 4 parents from each region. There are 4, 1 EAC member, 1 student, 6 to 10 building administrators, depending on if preschool and bridge are included, 1 student support services rep, 1 rep from the Curriculum Instruction and Assessment Department, 1 professional from the Library Media Center, 2 teachers from the existing Content Area Curriculum Council, and 1 community member. That's a lot, so I'll summarize. There are 10 to 14 DCSD professionals, and there are 18 individuals from our community. Representation is not in what representation is not included is the DCCAC, Douglas County Special Education Advisory Committee, and they should be included. This council has the potential to play a crucial role in shaping the educational landscape for our children, and as such, its structure should be more carefully considered. I firmly believe that professionals within the field of education should be granted a more prominent role on the CAC in comparison to parents. While parents undoubtedly have a valuable perspective to offer, it is important to trust the expertise and experience of our DCSD employees, especially our dedicated teachers. Professionals such as educators and curriculum specialists possess in-depth knowledge of educational standards, academic methods, and curriculum development. Their insights are necessary and invaluable in ensuring that our curriculum aligns with the best practices and evidence-based materials. Placing more DCSD employees on the council fosters a higher degree of accountability. They are directly involved in the implementation of the curriculum, and their input helps ensure that our students receive a high-quality education. Ensuring DCSD staff are present to aid in understanding and review of legislation related to standards and curricular resources, they can ensure that our curriculum remains compliant and up to date. Evaluations, feedback
15 seconds
on textbooks from professionals guarantee our students have access to the most effective factual learning resources. While parents should absolutely have a voice and representation on the council, their role should complement the expertise rather than dominate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Iverson. Kathy Lees, Kelly Mayer, followed by Bob Marshall. Ms. Lees.
Hi, my name is Kathy Lees. I'm a 30-year resident of Douglas County. I have one student left at Eagle Academy. Like Jen, I have some questions about the District Curriculum Advisory Council. Why are we doing this? I have over a decade experience at school superintendent and board level committees. It takes a lot of staff time to prepare for these committees, to run them. It takes a lot of community effort, many hundreds of hours. Why do we need another committee to do this? You have a challenge resource committee, which has 4 sitting DAC members on it. That's parents. You have an equity advisory committee. This could be a subcommittee for the equity advisory because I believe this was introduced as a solution or an implementation of the policy. I'm just unclear why. For all the reasons that Jen had asked, why are we, curriculum's complicated. I don't understand it, and I've tangentially been around a lot. It's complicated. We have someone running for school board who didn't even understand we had AP classes. Why do we think there are 12 individuals that can add value that is different than what the staff that we pay hundreds of thousands of dollars, how they're going to add value to it? The superintendent has lots of experience. I don't understand the value for it. It seems like a waste of time, of many people's times, and it's going to be frustrated for the parents because the other thing is these are advisory councils. They have no power. You don't have to follow them. The superintendent doesn't have to follow them. All it feels like is it's just to make a small community of people who are upset about what they're hearing on Fox News to make them happy. And it feels like a waste of our resources, and we already know how precious our resources are. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lees. Kelly Mayer, Bob Marshall, followed by Krista Gilstrat. Ms. Mayer.
Good evening, school board directors and Superintendent Kane. My name is Kelly Mayer, and I am a longtime parent in Douglas County and mom of many former and current DCSD students. I fully support the MLO and bond that are on the current ballot. Paying teachers appropriate wages is incredibly important. Who my child interacts with in the classroom every day makes an incredible difference in their education. Teachers and staff matter. One of my daughters is a senior at Thunder Ridge High School. She is in the Significant Support Needs program. This past Saturday, my daughter was able to go to the homecoming dance with her peers. Her teachers and her EAs provided support for the entire evening. They supported the kids taking pictures together at a local park. They supported the kids having dinner together before the dance. And finally, they supported the kids for 3.5 hours of nonstop dancing at the high school. This was an amazing experience for my daughter. This was an experience that, in some ways, I took for granted, as it happened every year that she has been at Thunder Ridge. Sadly, I found out that not every student in SSM programs throughout the district has this amazing opportunity. Our incredible Thunder Ridge teachers and staff make all the difference for my daughter's education and social and emotional development. Her teachers went over and above to provide this opportunity for over 20 students in the SSM program. For this, I am incredibly grateful. I will continue to canvass and lit drop in support of getting these educators paid closer to what they are worth and hopefully keep them in our district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mayer. Bob Marshall, Krista Gilstrap, followed by Andy Jones. Okay, Krista Gilstrap, Andy Jones, followed by Maria Sumnick.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I wanted to come and provide an update on the 5A and 5B campaign. I'm happy to report things are going very well. We have raised almost triple what we raised last year, and we are seeing community engagement and people from all demographics leaning in and getting involved. We've been unable to keep up with demand for yard signs. We have parents stepping up to host car paintings at their schools and countless volunteers out knocking doors. We truly can't keep up with the amount of volunteers we have wanting to help, so thank you to our community for feeling empowered to just jump in. I know you all are considering a resolution in support of 5A and 5B tonight, but I know it's really just a formality. We have seen all of you out in our community putting in the work to get this done. We have also seen our 6 board candidates as well, which is great to see. I want to thank all of you and Superintendent Kane and her staff for everything, for getting out there and everything you guys are doing. You're out there canvassing, doing radio and media and other speaking engagements. The education you all are doing is spreading and catching on. And obviously we have a lot more to do, but we are cautiously optimistic. We are 1 week away from ballots being mailed out, and election day is 4 weeks from today. There's still plenty to be done between now and then to make sure that these measures are successful. We have plenty of things for people to do who want to get involved. You can sign up to canvass, you can sign up for a honk and wave, you can text everybody you know, and I do mean everybody. Use our Vote Yes logo and tell them to vote yes on 5A and 5B. Love and share everything we post on social media. You can also grab some postcards to send out, and anything else you might think of. Make sure you're signed up to get our newsletter and to stay up to date with everything we are doing. You can also find information at our website at investinDCSD.com. And most importantly, vote yes on 5A and 5B. Turn your ballots in early as soon as you get them, so we don't have to waste campaign resources trying to get your vote. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Ms. Gilstrap. Andy Jones, Maria Sumnick, and then we'll be going online for Tiffany Baker. Mr. Jones.
Good evening, board directors, staff, Superintendent Kane. My first hat that I'm going to put on right now is my Highlands Ranch Metro District hat. I just came from a great news story, and it's a part of it is from you. In Tepfer Park in Highlands Ranch, which was a property that was set aside for Douglas County School, a process went through that allowed the Douglas County to purchase the property from the school district, which then deeded it back to us. Tonight, we had over 100 people showing up to reimagine what we are going to do with that park. And I want to thank you, all of you, for that decision. And it is a great news story. Continuing with that theme, just a few weeks ago, Highlands Ranch Metro District Board did vote 7-0 to support both 5A and 5B. And we were very proud in order to do that and to support you. Stepping back from my HRMD role. Thank God our public school system is not going away. I've heard from citizens in every Douglas County community that do not want it to fail. Therefore, we must fight for our district schools to be the top performers in the Front Range, attracting the best educators, providing the best education to students, and striving to meet parental expectations for their children. Fact. Competition in education can occur between districts, and right now we are losing that battle. The school districts to our north can attract hard-to-find teachers and pay them more, by a lot. 5A will close that gap for not just teachers, but also for our bus drivers, security staff, special needs aides, support team, etc. 5A will also be equally shared with our district-authorized charter schools, and they can really use that funding to make a difference in these high-performing schools. The 2018 bond was used to fix old schools and improve security in our buildings, but no new neighborhood school has been built since 2010. While Highlands Ranch is declining in some of its neighborhoods, There are areas of massive growth in Castle Pine, Sterling Ranch, and Crystal Valley. Douglas County voters have passed one bond in 17 years. I will say that again. We have only passed one bond in 17 years. Just like any business enterprise, buildings need maintenance and repair. That is a fact of life, and those dollars come from the operating budget or from the bond. The more it has come from the operations side, the less there is for quality programming. Our kids deserve the best. My school board campaign partners and I each support the passage of the mill levy override 5A
seconds remain.
and the bond measure 5B, and we are ready to be the architects of the district future. Vote yes on 5A and 5B. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Maria Sumnick, then online with Tiffany Breaker. Ms. Sumnick.
Good evening, school board directors, Superintendent Kane, and staff. My name is Maria Sumnick, and I just want to thank you all for supporting 5A and 5B and being courageous to put it on the ballot with everything that is happening, not only in our county, but in the state. And I want to let you know that I fully support you in every way, and that it's pretty exciting because I've seen a lot of cars painted with yes on 5A, 5B, and this morning I was walking and knocking on doors in the morning, putting brochures, and I saw this lady just dragging a sign, a 5A and 5B sign down the street at about 7 a.m. in the morning. So the word is getting out there, and I fully support what you do, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Sumnick. Is Ms. Baker online? Okay, Ms.
Hello.
Baker, go ahead.
Following an alleged recent recommendation from the superintendent, conservative school board director candidates are campaigning on requiring students to turn off cell phones during school hours, hoping to address the ongoing mental health crisis among students to avoid the influence of social media and online bullying, which apparently only occurs during certain hours of the day. Making a phone challenge policy sounds like government overreach, which conservatives claim to be against. Shouldn't it be up to parents to decide if they need to limit their kids' cell phone usage? The leader of this campaign slate claims to be a big proponent for free speech. Do we need a district-wide policy to dictate an action that would limit students' free speech with the use of technology? Wouldn't it be a smarter idea to prepare students for adulthood by teaching them how to use their phones as tools? Cell phones offer a wealth of information at students' fingertips, access to quick troubleshooting, and class planner to record important dates another organization needs, use in emergency situations, quick access to DCSD text-to-tip to stay in touch with their parents. Parents can also track where their kids are for safety and accountability, the ability to take pictures and record lectures. Implementing a phone challenge policy could go against the Individuals with Disabilities Act. Examples: students with ADHD and mood disorder, or students with vision impairments. Students with ADHD can use cell phone accommodations for reminders, note-taking, taking photos of teachers' notes, recording lectures, and more. Students with mood disorders can use their phone to communicate struggles or needs with their parents and medical professionals. Students with vision impairments can use cell phones in a number of ways to magnify text, images, and more. So while the idea of implementing a policy requiring students to turn off their phones during school hours sounds ideal for classrooms, the district could inadvertently be discriminating against students with learning disabilities and limiting students' free speech. Thank you to the Student Advisory Group for hosting Monday's School Board Director Candidate Forum. It was shameful that the district has not organized more student-led forums this year and did not adequately advertise Monday's forum to Douglas County residents. A disservice to taxpayers invested in DCSD. Do better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. That is the end of public comment. We will take a short 10-minute recess and reconvene at 6 o'clock. Board of Education will come back to order. We are now on item number 11, adoption of consent agenda. Staff recommendations detailed in agenda items 12 through 15, organized for Board of Education block approval. Do I have a motion concerning consent?
Move to approve consent agenda.
Motion by Meek,
Second.
second by, there we are, Myers. I'll take the roll. Meek,
Aye.
Myers,
Aye.
Page,
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray,
Aye.
Williams,
Aye.
Weininger.
Aye.
Moving to item number 16, approval of minutes. The recommendation is that the Board of Education approves the September 26, 2023 board minutes as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Ray,
Second.
second by Weininger. Meek,
Aye.
Myers,
Aye.
Page,
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray,
Aye.
Williams,
Aye.
Weininger.
Aye.
Moving to item number 17, under study action items, we have the Douglas County School District Pathways Update, a 45-minute presentation followed by a 10-minute Q&A.
To talk to you about student pathway and programming updates. I will try to keep myself contained around the excitement and get to talk about this work. Do want to thank you again. We have some amazing work that's going on in our schools, and we're really excited about having a chance to share the work we're doing to ensure every student has a pathway in our schools and that we're investing in each of our students. To kick off this work, as we jump into this, we really want to head into our mission statement. Our mission statement really does drive the work that we do as a district. When we talk about providing an educational foundation that allows each student to, and I would add, recognize and reach his or her individual potential. To do this work requires a great team. I'm very fortunate to be here tonight surrounded by an amazing team that is leading this work behind the scenes. I would have loved to have Dan McMenemy up here. Unfortunately, he was ill and was unable to be here tonight, but Dan McMenemy is our Executive Director of Schools, overseeing choice, alternative education, and pathway-based work. Also want to be able to at least, and when I call your name, you can wave and say hello. I'd like to recognize Miss Amy Barker, our post-secondary readiness coordinator. Matt Chambliss, our concurrent enrollment specialist. Kathy Frommer, our work-based learning specialist. Krista Tongren, our career and technical education specialist. And then Dr. Rex Kaur, our legacy campus director. When we dig into this work, we really want to have the foundation of our board ends to be at the core of our work. And the work really highlights a couple of key areas we want to highlight within our board ends, specifically around the academic excellence. And that's really about ensuring each student has equitable access to our programming within our district. We also want to ensure that we have the appropriate curriculum for our students, meaning that we have certified CTE programs within our schools. We have approved concurrent enrollment and dual enrollment programs in our schools to ensure that we really are providing some foundations. And that includes K through 12 education. I think a lot of times when we think about students and pathway work, we only think about high schools. And the work that I really want to make sure we understand is this work starts from a pre-K perspective all the way through the K-12 perspective as well. And so really want to thank the foundational skills that our students need to have for us to even be able to talk about these pathways. We also want to make sure that we're providing diverse pathways and options for our students, that each student has a chance to access pathways at a very early age to explore what are they passionate about and what are some areas that we can provide them stackable options to be able to do the work, meaning that we don't have one consumer and family class that's available for students and then nothing else for them afterwards. And that's really, we want to make sure we provide those opportunities. We also want to make sure that they're workforce ready. Our students need to be able to provide the opportunity to earn industry certifications and be prepared when they leave us with currency in hand to give them the leg up or that opportunity for them when they leave us, because their success can't just live with a K-12 perspective. It needs to be beyond when they leave us as well too. We also want to make sure that we provide them some really foundational skills around independent living skills for our students as well. Those skills are vital for them in navigating their life from all ranges of students. I still ask my kiddos who's a freshman in high school about how to talk about a budget just in and of itself and that living skills. Too often our students have no clue what that looks like, where they think if they've earned a paycheck, they should spend it, not understanding how to save it and different ways to be able to save it. I talked about my son just alone about how does he invest money for the future at the age of 15, and it was a foreign language I was speaking to him. So it's something we want to spend a lot of time looking at. And so why does this matter? I heard a really interesting quote that really resonated to me that I wanted to share with you. That was specifically said is, how do we make sure that no students see their ghost of their unfilled potential? And I think one of the components we want to make sure is we want students to be able to see the potential within themselves and they have opportunity to be able to explore those options. We want to make sure that students are engaged in our schools. They feel like they belong and that their well-being is a huge priority and focus for us. And we want to make sure that all students have the opportunity to have post-graduation success, which means we need to focus on also ensuring that we are looking at their academic achievement and growth of each and every student in our district. And we've been very proud of the growth that we've made as a district and also understand good is not good enough. And we really want to continue that good to great mentality as a district. We also want to make sure we talk about equitable access, and we're going to share some different data for you to be able to look at that information and really want to give you kind of this 5,000 foot view of really where are we as a district, and really want to highlight some different things you'll see here. So from a district standpoint, and we're going to compare last year and this year really as our lens. And so last year we had 52 approved career and technical education programs. That number went from 52 to 70 this past year. We also had the opportunity to look at the number of seats of our students, and there's a difference between seats that are there and individual students. Students can take multiple seats, and we're going to talk about that a little bit more. So this past year, we had 14,629 seats that were taken for career and technical education. To give you some perspective, back in 2017, when we started really focusing on the pathway of this work, we had more students in the district and had less students involved in CTE, which was about 5,600 students compared to 14,000 students. To give you some context of what that looks like this year, and just so you kind of have the context, you'll hear a running theme. We only pulled semester one numbers, meaning that this presentation is usually in February, and now that we moved in October, and want to make sure you know we're talking just semester one. So in semester one only, we actually have 10,329 seats taken just for semester one. So when you look at what that potentially looks like going into second semester, I'd love to say double, but I think realistically we're probably looking at 18 to 20,000 students taking CTE seats, which has improved significantly as a district. We also saw industry certifications go up at a significant rate from 526 to 717. We've also spent some significant amount of time. Kathy Frommer and team has done an amazing job building greater connections with our industry, where now we have 357 business partners in the district, up 25% from the previous year. We also have tried to spend some significant time on developing opportunities for teachers to get certified in concurrent enrollment and provide stackable pathways where students can get terminal degrees or industry certifications in these areas. And we have gone from having 150 classes last year to 179 this year of concurrent enrollment. We also saw a significant increase in the number of CE classes, going from 8,100 roughly students last year to this year over 10,000 concurrent enrollment seats that we're seeing in our district, where we've shifted our ability to save our families $4.7 million last year to a projected $6 million. And so we've seen a significant increase in our opportunities to invest in our students, to allow them to get transcripted college credit, to then matriculate and hopefully be able to graduate from colleges 2 year, 4 years, or straight into the workforce with experience as well. We also have had the chance to be able to increase the number of students accessing Ascent. And Ascent is really where a student gets to access a free year of college education once they leave us, with certain requirements that they need to meet at the high school level. And so we've seen some significant growth as a district, and we've really asked ourselves, why have we seen the growth that we've seen in our district? And I first want to start with something that is not on here, but I think is absolutely first and foremost we need to recognize, is we have really incredibly talented teachers. We have really committed families to this work, very talented students. Our counselors are the best of the best in this system. Our administrators have created focused efforts to create these pathways within our schools. And it's not being predicated by where you live and what zip code you live in. It's about these opportunities are available in each and every one of our schools. We also know by creating a coordinated bell schedule that more students have access to additional programming and classes, where previously we had about 200 students accessing courses outside of their school to over 1,000 this past year, and seeing an increase in that particular work. We also know creating transportation is something we need to continue to provide opportunities not only to the legacy campus, but to additional schools as well to have access, but that requires having drivers, which is a challenge that we are working on as a district. We also want to make sure that we're doing a better job from an outreach standpoint. Something I've really appreciated the commitment from Superintendent Kane is about making sure that it's visible and our accessibility and her commitment to this work. And we've provided the opportunity, which we'll share with you later in the presentation, our career and technical education, concurrent enrollment, and programming guide that we have for all of our families to see what we've grown in within our districts, and that being accessible for all. We also provided opportunity for families to be able to tour our buildings, community members, industry folks to be able to tour our buildings, whether that's in our high schools or at our legacy campus. We also want to try to spend time specifically changing this narrative of career or college and looking at career and college. I think too often we think about career and technical education that we talk about it for those students that are not going down that pathway of potentially college, or it's just for the students going into workforce. That pathway for CTE and concurrent enrollment overlap very much, and students have multiple options as they work through this work. So I think it's such an important thing we've got to train ourselves in our language about, and career and college, I think, for our students. We also are trying to find that win-win. If you guys have realized in the nation, there's about $1.63 trillion in student debt that our students are navigating. And one of the components we need to spend a significant amount of time is making sure that we don't put our students at a disadvantage when they leave us. And we want to ensure that each of our students walks away with matriculated credit they can use in any fashion they may want, as we know that at least 80% of our students are accessing that 2 or 4-year pathway, and we want to make sure we provide them credentialing, whether they're going into college or straight into the workforce as well too. We also spend a significant amount of time as a district, and I believe even Director Ray talked about this concept of district of schools versus a school district, and we've really worked on that mantra about making sure that we have coordinated approaches to be able to do this work, and making sure that we have these coordinated or organized pathways in each of our regions for our students. And so we really are trying to ensure our students are fully aware of what their options are, and how do we start that conversation a whole lot earlier in the sense of elementary and middle schools before a student even gets to high school to look at those pathways for our students. And so to give some details in particular about where we are as a district when we look at our disaggregated data, one of the components that is not up here, but I promise you we are working on, is the male-female side of things. And so we are working on getting that data component. I think Director Meek, you asked that question last year. I promise you it's coming. Unfortunately, we had some folks that were under the weather and didn't get us that information. But the benefit is we'll be back up presenting here again in February, so we'll have that information for you either before then or at that meeting as well. But if you look from a district standpoint, and the red is something I really want you to focus on up there. Again, this is just semester 1 data. So when you look at our numbers, just understand those are intentionally going to be a little bit below because we haven't recorded our semester 2 data, knowing that students change their schedule on a regular basis going into second semester, and we wanted to give you accurate information. So far we have about 5,200 students that are accessing career and technical education, and remind you that they've taken over 10,000 seats. So we have students that are taking multiple CTE programs in our district. But as you look down through the right-hand side, the parentheses were last year, and just to the left of that, so if you look at the far right-hand column around CTE percentages, you are seeing students from a federal race designation. More of our students with different races are accessing CTE program within our district. And so we're seeing our students access those at greater rates. When you look at our students from free and reduced to gifted to MLL to FL to SPED to our 504 students, again, this percentage is naturally going to look a touch lower just because we don't have the same number of students that we're looking in these subgroup areas. But we are seeing our students specifically, and I'll probably point out, like our special education students, something we talked about at a really significant rate is how are we making sure that all students, and specifically in the area of special education, that are accessing CTE program, at a greater rate. So the percentage of the district is we have about 10.8% of our district, in our high schools are for our have an IEP or special education where our CTE participation is at 11.7%. So we are seeing students access our special education students. However, when we look at other areas from free and reduced lunch, we actually have seen a really significant increase actually in our free and reduced this year. Is one of the things that I had to triple check that number as we saw that number significantly increase from what it was in the past, from 5.5% to 14%. So we haven't had a chance and we haven't had to figure out why that exactly is the case. But we have seen about 13.5% of our free and reduced lunch students accessing CT programs. So we have to dig into some of these numbers a little more, knowing that we've had about 7 weeks to really look at these numbers. And so to give you an idea of, again, some different programming here, wanted to make sure you know that this is an updated guide that we are working on. If you ever want to have a chance to sit down and see what programs, I was actually just talking to Ms. Mayer actually about this just a few minutes ago about the different programs that are available in our schools. If you do want to see what programs are available, we had a variety of new programs that we've been able to build in within our schools, but it's a really informative piece where our families, when they enter our school district, if they're new or existing, they really have a chance to see is what offered within their schools, what's not, what's offered within the region, and how do we make sure we provide opportunities for them to access programming in our district. And so here's just some sample images. I could give you thousands of images. I've had a chance to visit close to 73 schools so far and had a chance to visit a variety of programs and to see the different programming from our culinary students to construction and trades programs to film students. You haven't had a chance to go see Mountain Vista's film program over there. Jake does an amazing job with some of the work over there. Biotechnology, if you haven't had a chance to see, there's a great research biomedical component they actually are building here. I think it's October, I can't remember the date, where the students present the challenges that they're working on and is absolutely incredible. Some of the students you probably saw up here actually will be doing that from Rock Canyon. Our fire science program, welding programs, a variety of programs you're seeing in our schools. And so to do this work doesn't just magically happen. And I want to slow down and make sure you have an opportunity to see the anatomy of what a CT program is. And I have somebody who's a lot smarter than I am to explain that and turn this over to Ms. Amy Barker to share a little bit about some of the building and developing of a CT program. And then who you want to hear about more from is from our students and some of our teachers that we have joining us tonight. So I'll turn this over to Amy.
Hi, good evening. So we are so excited because we truly believe in the power of pathways and opportunities that are presented for our students. Our team is very honored to support this programming, and I get to talk a little bit more about the technical piece of CTE and making sure that we use these acronyms a lot, CTE and CE for concurrent enrollment and work-based learning. However, I do want to make sure that everybody understands what CTE is, and it's not just cool courses that we decide are fun to offer. And so I'm going to kind of break down the different pieces, and it just helps for everyone to understand when we say career and technical education, it's a very special designation, and it has certain requirements both at the state and federal level to make sure that we're meeting the quality parameters that are set up for our students and that they're getting quality programming offered to them. So we're going to start kind of at the top with a specially credentialed teacher in CTE. And CTE really prides itself as career and technical education on having teachers that bring industry experience to the classroom and make learning relevant, reflexive, and responsive to the workplace. They know what they've seen and where they've been, what they've been doing, and they bring that into the classroom. It is also a little bit of a challenge because we're asking teachers to come in from industry or industry professionals to come in and be teachers. So to be competitive and really attract folks in to be teachers, that can also be a bit of a challenge to fill in all of these roles. And there's some schools and some programs that you could probably talk to across the district that have met that challenge, or some that are still looking for teachers to fill those spots. So we have a teacher that has a special credential. It also allows them from the state to kind of come in and be a teacher, and then they get that support from our district and from our staff to say, okay, here's how being a teacher is, and now bring this great opportunity to students. So great teachers like Boss Wolf, who offers a CTE program and just shows the quality of the teacher and the program that, is possible for students. So then once we have a teacher that's credentialed, they've been approved by the state as a CTE specific teacher for that pathway, and they have to have that recognition. Then there's some other components that we put together. So the program of study just means that we have a clear progression of learning, as Mr. Windsor mentioned, from not only the high school, but it's going to go somewhere beyond high school or secondary programming for that student. Oftentimes it brings post-secondary in. So we have concurrent enrollment courses that can be layered in to a program of study or dual enrollment. But it gives a clear definition for students of here is a pathway and here's how you can progress beyond high school and kind of pursue this field of interest. There are a couple of key factors that a CTE program must adhere to, and that is defined by the state in our Colorado Career Cluster. Has to be high skill, high wage, and in demand. So it can't be something that is just, again, a cool sounding program. It really has to provide an opportunity for us to develop the workforce and to meet the needs of our economy in this state. The next piece, once we have a program of study, then this is where CTE teachers are also given an additional kind of layer of burden. So they're put on the hard to hire salary schedule, not only because they come in with industry experience, but they're then employing all of these different pieces in their program. So they have to have an advisory committee. So that's going to be folks from industry, folks from the community. The state is even saying now we've got to have student representatives, special populations. They've got a group of folks who they meet with at minimum twice a year. Often they're communicating and connecting all of the time. And it makes, they're ensuring that the teachers and the programming and the curriculum is all kind of relevant to the industry, and they're really developing students with the skills that are necessary. And it keeps that kind of constant connection going with industry and the program that's being offered. The next piece is student-centered. So we want to make sure every CTE program has a career and technical student organization aligned with it. So you've probably heard some of the terms, and you might hear from the students as well, DECA, FFA, FBLA, all those great organizations. We want to make sure that students have the opportunities not only to learn the skills, apply their skills, but then they're going to get some real world situations and scenarios to compete, to maybe earn scholarships. They get an opportunity to sit across the table from a judge from industry who's going to give them feedback, and they get to create a network of folks and also peers and students who are interested in a similar pathway in a similar kind of industry. So CTSO, organizations have competitions, state, national. We are putting together a document to share some of those competition dates with folks if you're interested. Being a judge and getting to see really students shine in those opportunities, it's amazing. We have a lot of industry partners who go to judge, and then they come away going, I really want that student as an intern, or I really want to talk to that student about possibly getting a certification and offering them a job, and then we'll pay for them to go to college and get their education. So these are really great opportunities for students, and every pathway has got to be aligned with a CTSO to make it be an approved program. And then the last piece, which we know the power of for students, is work-based learning experiences. That means that students have the opportunity to kind of have that in-person look at what does this job look like for the future? And the most important question to answer, is this the right pathway for me? And if it's not, then now is the time to really make that change. So work-based learning experiences include internships, industry-sponsored projects where a mentor is going to come in and or possibly they're going to Zoom with students and they'll give them feedback on the things that they're creating. We have kind of like a menu of opportunity for students, but it's making sure that is this pathway the right fit? And if not, I need to know now. And it's so powerful, and I think some of our students will talk about that. So I'm going to, I think, wrap up my technical piece and then get to introduce students and let them share about their experiences, which is really the best part. So I just do this. Okay, so first we have a young man who we were really impressed with at the Wolverine Ready Night that we got to host a session and meet him in our host room. And he told us about his experience. He is in
business and marketing at Chaparral, and he's in DECA. And then he's also taking auto at Ponderosa High School, and he talked to us about his future pathway, and that is McKay Coquet.
My name is McKay Coquet. I am a senior at Chaparral High School in Parker, Colorado. I have been in the CTE program since I was a sophomore. 3 years ago, I attended a CTE marketing class. I was learning a lot and I had thoroughly enjoyed the class. Our first semester final was a project that we could potentially take to a state DECA competition. My wonderful teacher, Miss Jamie Callaghan, had helped me and walked me through the process of competing in DECA events. Our state conference was held at the Broadmoor Hotel in Colorado Springs. Although it was a very stressful and difficult process, I had a blast throughout the entire trip. Once we had returned from our competition, I was introduced to the DECA officer class. I had interviewed and was chosen to become a DECA leader. During my junior year, I had become a lot more involved in the CTE program. I was now a DECA officer, along with being in the CTE personal finance class. As a leader in the DECA program, I had attended many competitions. Once my senior year rolled around, I was enrolled in 2 separate CTE programs, along with a concurrent enrollment program. First, I was invited back to become a DECA officer for my senior year. I was also accepted for the CTE ACC Auto Shop class hosted at Ponderosa High School. In addition, I am also in a concurrent enrollment class, the ACC English 1021. So I guess you can say I'm very familiar with the CTE program and how they can impact a student's life. The CTE program has helped me in numerous ways. I've become a lot more professional and responsible in many aspects of my life. I have learned many life skills such as leadership, professionalism, teamwork, and many more. All of these skills are crucial for an individual to become a successful person in this world. My dream is to own my own auto mechanical modification shop. And thanks to the CTE program and their auto class, I have been able to take a step closer in achieving my dream. So I would just like to close by saying thank you to the CTE program and the opportunity that they have presented me. Thank you.
Okay, you can see why we were impressed. Okay, so next we have a couple of students joining us from the cosmetology program at Highlands Ranch High School. I have Allie Mangles and Elisa Gonzalez.
Hi, my name is Elisa Gonzalez. I am a senior at Legend High School, and this is my second year in the cosmetology program. That is year 2 out of 2.
Hi, my name is Allison Mangles, and I am a year 2 at the cosmetology program. I have graduated from Chaparral High School, and yeah.
Never in my life did I think that being a girly girl would be something I would get to do professionally. I didn't always know that being a cosmetologist was ever an option. I just knew I liked hair, and my favorite color was pink. But I was a student at Highlands Ranch for 3 years, and I was given the opportunity to be a part of the program. And never in my life did I think that I would have such access to such amazing things and to learn so many things that I never would have learned. I am able to meet so many awesome people and learn so many super cool things about not only working with all the products, but learning how to work in the industry and how to deal with difficult people and how to work with money and how to work all with so many different things that I wouldn't have learned just in a regular classroom. It is so much more than just a haircutting class or where I'm learning how to do nails. It is something where I'm able to apply in my everyday.
And I would just like to add that not only do we get this opportunity to be kind of head start into the industry, but we have so many people that support us, including our teachers, who are amazing. And before starting this program, honestly, I was lost because there was either you go to college or you're failing at life. And then I didn't know this program existed until my counselor brought it up, and I am so grateful to this day that she did, because now I don't feel lost, and I feel like I'm exactly where I need to be, and I'm so excited for my future, and I have things lined up after this program, and I think without this program, that would not have happened, and I feel like it really just thumbs up. Yep. Thank you.
Okay, so wow, we're all moved, I think, from that. And it definitely shows the power of not only pathways, but also for students to have a competitive advantage for their future. And I think now I get to turn it over to, yeah, Ellis, okay, we have another student, so.
Alrighty. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me well? Alrighty. I am enrolled in the Future Educator pathway in Legacy Campus. My name is Ellis Brown, and I attend Legend High School. And one of the first reasons and ultimate motivators as to why I came into this field placement opportunity in general is because I had always wondered about teachers, most namely whether they slept under their desks or, but I thought it was interesting how much how much they could influence other people and, and how much they could direct and influence one's way of thinking. And I enrolled in Future Educator because I had heard about the field placement opportunity after I went to an interest meeting and decided I wanted to get out of class. Little did I know I'd be going into way more classes now. But some things that I absolutely adore about this program is the engaging and borderline psychology curriculum, because it teaches me more about how people develop and learn over time and how that can influence their future decisions. But not only that, but everybody there really wants to be there, including the amazing support from my teachers and staff at Legacy Campus. And it provides so many job opportunities that I've already been offered, actually, as of teaching at my local elementary school, Iron Horse. And it has allowed for a lot more future opportunities, which were, first of all, the discovery of my interest in teaching and teaching others how to not only read and write and spell correctly, but also about how to act around other people. And it has given me a lot more college and university options as I've now started to look into education as a potential pathway. And some things that I've learned about, or at least, in this course is it takes a major balance of flexibility and assistance to work with other people effectively, which I feel is something that is not heavily touched on in our current schooling systems and workplace environments, but it is something that has helped me directly in working with other people and especially younger children because of my field experience. And in the future, I'm almost certain that I will head to college to further my education, but that is only because Future Educator has created the foundation and realization that working in the field of education is a real and very possible future for me and all the other people that are there as well. Sorry about the stuttering, but that is the end.
No, you did great. You did awesome. I couldn't have done that. Really, this is an opportunity for you to have a chance to hear from some amazing students. If you can help me give them just another huge round of applause for being here tonight as well, too. Thank you. We are going to have you stick around because I imagine they may have some questions for you, would be my guess. But do want to turn this over to Dr. Rex Kaur to talk a little bit about where we are from a Legacy Campus standpoint and the amazing work that's going on over there. So, Rex.
Good evening, directors. Nice to be back with you this evening. tough act to follow. Some phenomenal students and tremendous talent. McKay, who has another great hat, and you know I'm a big fan of a good hat, also works for our base program in the afternoons, Frontier Valley Elementary, and he wrangles young men like my son, who's out doing his math homework here in the lobby. And so that takes another skill set entirely, McKay. So I think you're set up for success. Tomorrow marks the 9th week, 9 weeks to the day from our first day of school at Legacy Campus since we launched. And so this is a great opportunity as we discuss pathways, give you a little bit of an update on Legacy and the work that we're doing there. So just revisiting our mission briefly, cultivating a career and technical education environment. Post-secondary and industry partnerships are benefiting our students, are benefiting the community in order to ensure a competitive advantage. And so we'll talk about our 9 pathway programs at Legacy, and these are tied to all of our partner schools. We've got 3 colleges and universities tied in as we are in phase 1, and that our pathways include advanced robotics and architecture, aviation, building controls technology, certified nurse's aide, culinary and hospitality, emergency medical technician, future educator, as you heard Ellis speak of, and then secure network technologies. And those are 9 chief pathways, but I'm going to talk about a 10th one here just in a second. Here is our enrollment in year 1 by pathway. And so what I'll say is this enrollment represents about 350 students in year 1 that came along for the ride with us. I talk about these students, these are the ones that took the leap of faith. These are the ones who did not get to see everything in its fully realized condition, and they signed on because we were getting out and talking it up in our neighborhood high schools and in our charter schools, really trying to spread the word about what that opportunity was going to be. I think our capacity is much greater, and I think we will see that growth because now the greatest advertisement for Legacy Campus are our students who go back to their home high schools and say, wow, you wouldn't believe what I did today. And so I'm looking forward to the registration process this spring. This 10th opportunity is such an important part of our identity at Legacy Campus, and that is that we are home to a full-time bridge program at Legacy. And our bridge students, as you know, are students 18 to 21 years old with intellectual and developmental disabilities, and they are working with us as students and interns with our student-run cafe, which is an extension of our culinary program at Legacy, and they have been phenomenal. And so Mr. Cato, John Cato is our bridge teacher at Legacy, and I asked him to celebrate some of the highlights of our bridge program and the student-run cafe at Legacy so far this year. And he talks about the fact that students and interns are learning employable skills in a real-world setting. And those skills run the gamut from food preparation and drink preparation, as you see in some of these photos, and stocking, and all of the pieces that come with running a restaurant, and that's the cleanliness and the hygiene and all of these different pieces. But they're doing an outstanding job. Went in today for an egg salad. If you haven't been in yet, it's a great egg salad. I'm just going to let you know. And so get in and come visit our students. They were outstanding with the point of sale machine and all of the different pieces that go along with it. He says the students and interns continue to meet and exceed our expectations, that they're experiencing new challenges such as on-the-job problem solving and customer service skills and food and drink preparation and work routines and all that is to be learned in that type of environment. Students are learning, having fun, growing into employable, happy, healthy young adults with a bright future. And he celebrates some of the amazing staff, Miss Audra, our cafe manager, and chef Seamus O'Brien, and Jose Suarez, our facilities manager, and Officer Mark Payne with Lone Tree Police Department, and the security staff and the event staff, the office and sports staff, and Julie and Emily, who are our EAs with the bridge program there. And I've added Mr. Cato. They have all teamed together, and that's just been a wonderful opportunity. I think that this is the phase 1 on-ramp for serving a broad range of our students across Douglas County. As we look ahead and I won't campaign here. As we look ahead to future phases at Legacy Campus, what I'll say is we have even more opportunities, to more on-ramps with regard to some of our trades programming and looking at models like Project Search and models like TACT, teaching the autism community trades. And I've had the opportunity to tour TACT here in the last year with Deputy Superintendent Hyatt, and it was such an outstanding opportunity to see how some of our future programming continue to meet the needs of a broad range of students at Legacy. So the next series of slides I'm going to clip through pretty quickly, and I know that's not generally my MO. What these are highlighted outline are really four things. By pathway, I want you to see the college credits that students will gain and earn in year one and in year two as they move through these pathways. The industry certifications are listed at the bottom of each slide, and you see all of the currency that our students walk away from Legacy Campus with. And I use that word currency because it spends outside of education. They can walk into a college or university setting, they can walk into a job interview, they can move on, and we've even had some initial conversations with military recruiters to talk about what does this industry cert mean within a military experience, and what is the benefit for students coming into directly in the military. But this is sort of outlines pathway by pathway, advanced robotics and automation. You see all of the coursework with ACC that they will leave with, but they'll leave with the SACA electrical and robotics and Snap-on multimeter and Snap-on hand tool recognition, a number of industry certifications as well. Building controls technology, again, a lot of coursework. This is, again, an ACC pathway, and so a lot of opportunity to earn college credit through Arapahoe Community College, and then additional industry certifications. The slides in between our pathways outline our industry board components, and so some of the industry partners who have leaned in either through sponsorship, through the donation of their time to serve on our industry boards, just partners in a lot of different ways. And so we see Fiero Automation and Convergent and Focused on Machining, Carlton Electric, Panther Industries, as we look ahead to P-Tech and another opportunity for our students to earn up through their associate's degree before high school graduation. These are going to be some of our partners in that conversation. See, architecture is built in with Arapahoe Community College. Students will leave with Autodesk certified in AutoCAD. In year two, they will earn Revit certifications in computer-aided drafting. And we're working with Cunningham Architects and Hollis & Miller and Arapahoe Community College. The foundation has leaned in as a huge source of support with many of our pathways. Aviation pilot. There's no certification earned, though MSU is providing a tremendous number of credits and opportunity as our students study the future and for their private pilot license. So we'll lead them right up to the point where they would sit for their private pilot license. But we have partners, and this is two slides, MSU Denver obviously, but a number of our partners come directly from Centennial Airport. We've got members of our advisory committee who are at United Rotorcraft and United Airlines and sitting at Centennial and with the Civil Air Patrol. Our certified nurses say this is the shortest of our pathways. Students can earn 6 credits and their CNA certification in 1 semester's time with us. And because of the age requirement, this is a senior-only pathway, but we will have our first set of graduates. And I had even industry folks reaching out to me today to say, when do they graduate? When do they sit? When are they ready? Because they're ready to snatch them up. But they'll be sitting for their CNA certification exam in December. We'll have another group coming through in the spring, working closely with University of Colorado College of Nursing. Obviously, ACC is our direct partner, and then Skyridge has certainly leaned into that conversation as an advisory board partner as well. Advanced culinary, again, is through Metro State University, the ProStart curriculum, a national certification that will serve our students well as they are earning ProStart, Serve Safe Food Handler, Serve Safe Manager, Food Allergens, and we're working with a number of industry partners in local hospitality and restaurants. When we bring in these industry experts like Chef Seamus, he brings a whole network of connections and truly a career's worth of connections with him. And so we've been certainly benefited by that conversation. EMT, again, with the Arapahoe Community College, they'll earn their CPR and BLS certification, and they will prepare to sit for their EMT responder certification exam. That's a one-year program, seniors only. And we're working very closely with ACC and Skyridge there. Future Educator is working with the University of Colorado, Denver. And so students who take a full 2-year slate in Future Educator have the option of, and they're not all locked together, but the option of earning up to 24 hours of college credit before graduation. I heard Superintendent Kane offer Ellis a job before he left the room today. We have some tremendous opportunities. And when you look at our industry partners for Future Educator, you'll see a lot of departments right here in our district who have representatives sitting on that industry board and leaning in, and the creativity and the thought partnership about how do we get students plugged into roles with BASE, like McKay, with our EA positions across the district, and looking ahead to education roles, teacher roles for Douglas County School District. We're excited to continue that partnership. Secure Network Technologies, a whole lot of really high-end cloud computing and network classes, Amazon Web Solutions, Cisco certifications, and we're working again with Convergent, with CloudSafe, with Dupper, with Informatica. And so some highlights of the year so far, and I'll move through these quickly. Phase 1 construction, we're going to call it 97% done, which is great. We're going to get there real quick. 36 students in our Future Educator program are currently in field placement settings throughout elementary schools in our district. Our culinary students have been at the Food and Wine Festival in Denver. 2 of our students have received college tuition scholarships through a private donor. Our cafe is open and running Monday through Thursday, 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. Please come by and see us. We'll be hosting the Association for Learning Environments Conference in December, and we get to do a little show and tell with architects from around the region and show them what we've created at Legacy. We've got several district, state, and national events hosted by our events team there. Events continue to pick up. Got 2 grants from the Foundation for Douglas County Schools for aviation and robotics, and we love the big checks, and so keep them coming. We've got 3 secure network students who are helping to work as a work-based learning assignment doing tech support at Legacy Campus. Our CNA students will start clinicals in December. We applied and received multiple Donors Choose grants. We've built out a full Future Educator children's literature library with some of that money, and purchased more tools and electrical trainers for our building controls technology pathway. And our architecture students have just completed total bedroom remodels in SketchUp. What I've learned here about our timeline is that this should probably be a circle and not a line. And it's going to come back around. But earlier this spring, we were out and recruiting and getting through the registration process, and then our classes started at the beginning of fall. We have looked very carefully and leaned on our industry partners to say, are we off in the right direction? Where do we need to modify our programming so that our students are receiving the most relevant information for their future? We're going to move forward into competitions and recruitment and registration again as we enter early spring, and then we'll close out the year with our awards night, our orientations, and our internship placements. So there is the update from Legacy Campus.
Thank you. So as you can tell, we've been a little busy just trying to make sure we're providing as many thorough and sustained opportunities for our students. And so moving forward, there are a number of opportunities we're looking to continue to explore. We, again, not campaigning, but as far as one of the components we see is we do know that we want to look at potentially providing an auto program in our Highlands Ranch area, and that we do have a void in that area so students can access that. We also have Amy Barker who's working with Deputy Superintendent Hyatt's team to potentially look at developing a behavioral health pathway for our students as well. As you heard a little bit, we've been working with Arapahoe Community College as well as with Castle Rock EDC in developing aerospace pathways. We'll continue to keep working with Chaparral High School to develop JRTC pathways for our students as well. There have been just a couple of meetings that have been pushed off, but we're going to get there, I promise, to make sure we provide that opportunity. We're going to continue to make sure that, again, accessibility for all students in our pathways, such as prerequisites, what does that look like? How are we actively recruiting? We had a PD day in September to actually work with our teachers to create greater access into our programs, most recently as well, and continue to try to provide opportunities for ascent-based programming, free education, families, if you're listening. There's a 1 year of free community college education for our students if you meet certain requirements within our schools. Free college is a good thing, so we just obviously work with your counselors around those details. And then obviously next steps with Legacy, we're going to work on developing, becoming a PTech campus, as well as future phase-out programs as well. If you want more to be a part of any other programs, we do have a Pathway Expo night that's coming up on the 26th of October at the Legacy campus. We'll also, as you heard, we'll provide, as Ms. Barker said, there's different regional, state, national competitions that are going on with a lot of our CTSO programs. And then we're going to continue to monitor our enrollments across the district and how we actively looking at that all students have access to our programming, and it represents what it looks like as a district. We'll continue to provide tour opportunities as well. So a lot of information, try to stay close to our 45 minutes. I think we did pretty close there as well, but wanted to build in time for you to ask questions of these amazing staff members that are behind me as well, our amazing students. And so we can turn it over for any questions you may have, if that's okay.
Absolutely. Board directors, comments, questions, and that would include our students here tonight, so we can bring them up if you have any questions.
Staff, come on forward here. Yeah, all of you, come on up here, and then we can just jump in as needed, so.
Director Myers.
So I'm going to go, let's see, Ellis. You did a beautiful job speaking.
Is that so?
And keep your sense of humor, because kids love that. And the smile. You'll be a wonderful teacher.
Thank you so much.
And girls, I'm sorry, I didn't write down your names, but you walked in and you are showing what you're doing. Beautiful hair, your nice makeup. I have a girl at my church that is in your program at Highlands Ranch, and I can't wait to see her because her makeup's different, her hair's done, and just what she's going to do next. So I think it's just wonderful that you're showing off what you're doing there. And McKay, is that right? McKay. You walked in, and I want to ask you, how long have you known you were going to do this? Because it seems like you were probably a toddler and knew this was the business you wanted to be in.
Come on up here, come up to this.
Yeah.
Since about 5th grade, I've known that I wanted to do something with cars, and then I kind of just finalized it after the couple of years I've been in middle school and high school.
Well, good. Congratulations. This is a long time coming. We're excited.
Other directors? Director Ray.
Why McKay standing there, I just want to brag a little bit. McKay was a kindergartner at my school at Mammoth Heights Elementary, and his mom is a wonderful base coordinator as well. So that's what happens when you have great parents. No. So just, I couldn't be more proud of you. Just to think of you as that kindergartner many, many years ago, and to see the leadership that you're doing with DECA is just amazing. I do want to ask all the students, though, one of the things that we heard when we did our student engagement sessions with students is sometimes they don't always get the information about these possibilities. And I know our people from the cosmetology department, you talked about your counselor kind of triggering your enthusiasm, but I would be curious from all of you, what can we be doing better to make sure that all students know that these opportunities are available for them? Yeah, Ellis, go ahead.
Well, I would note that the first time I ever heard about Future Educator was nearing about the time I was signing up for classes. And it was an interest meeting that was announced over the intercom, and that was about it. And we just flooded into the, the theater. And I think one thing you could do to improve visibility of the programs and allow more students to have access to it is to simply just post some flyers around it, see like what times that you might be doing those interest meetings and schedule times to meet with students to see if they'd be interested in it. especially if they show any promise.
So flyers work.
Yes.
I think social media is a really big thing, obviously. So I feel like I would have heard about it quicker instead of like right before I was signing up for classes, same thing. If I saw it on social media, because every kid is on social media at this point. We all know that. So I think that would be a good way to show it.
What social media?
I would do Instagram. I feel like Instagram is pretty popular. Am I correct? I don't know.
Yeah, I think meetings with counselors and stuff is probably, because it's tailored to you, you're able to talk about what you're interested in and, having those meetings individually and, what would you really like to do? If I'm being honest, I wasn't already set up. I accidentally signed up for the cosmetology program and it got pulled and they asked me, well, are you serious about this? And they told me everything and I was like, yeah, I really am interested. And having that individual one-on-one with your counselor and, hey, what are you really interested in? And it doesn't have to be college.
I would second the college. My counselor knew what I wanted to do. She invited me in. We had a little sit down and she basically told me there's this wonderful opportunity with the CTE program. You can go over to Douglas County High School or Ponderosa and get a jump start in your career. So I would say counselors and also with the social media.
Quick follow-up for the students, if you could, any of you that want to talk, what do you think about having the people from industry, whether it's Mr. Mitchell over there in the cosmetology program or folks that, come out of industry and are teaching automotive? Our next item is going to be around alternative licensure for our teachers. So can you talk a little bit about what it meant to you to have that industry experience in the classroom?
Well, training to be a teacher and having a teacher who still teaches in my classroom was actually one of the most important things for me, as it is somebody who has direct experience with all of those kids from all, at least in my case, all of the age ranges. And they can guide us and help us know how to work in that field, especially when we go in for field experience as well.
So both of our teachers for the cosmetology program, Mr. Mitchell and Ms. Walker, they are still taking clients, so they're still obviously in the industry. I think that really does help because they're not, I don't want to say like falling behind in the industry, but they're still involved and they have new experiences with their clients every single day. And me personally, I love hearing Ms. Walker's and Mr. Mitchell's stories about all of the crazy stuff that happens in this industry, because it's crazy, trust me. So I think that having, once again, having people still in their place of work can really help you because of all those stories. And yeah, I need to stop rambling.
Yeah, I think, we're dealing with people one-on-one and we're dealing with harsh chemicals. And when you're having real people come in and you're having a service, it is amazing to have someone who knows when stuff hits the fan, what to do. And just making sure someone's hair doesn't melt off or, knowing how to deal with things and address things or what is okay, and it's all right, it's gonna look scary, but it's gonna come out really pretty in the end, and just knowing how to deal with things and how they turn out in the end.
My auto teacher, Michael McMurray, he's done anything and everything when it comes to a vehicle. Starting at a 4x4 shop, working at Lincoln Tech as an instructor up there, all the way down to teaching us high school students at Ponderosa High School. He has so many stories and a lot of experience. He can tell you anything and everything when it comes to a vehicle, anything and everything when it comes to the career that you want to take and the path that you want to take with the rest of your life. And when he teaches us a lot of safety aspects, because working on a car is very dangerous with the machinery, the chemicals, just all around, working around a vehicle of that size. He teaches us how to be safe and tells us stories of, you don't be safe, here's what can happen. So that's just the one-on-one experience is very nice.
Director Meek.
Yeah, I just want to say you all come across as so confident and poised, and your enthusiasm is really just shining through. My question was very similar to what Director Ray asked about getting the word out. I'm also wondering about middle school students. And do you have suggestions on how to connect to middle school students?
Okay, so at least in my middle school, I went to Sierra Middle School. And they had all of our counselors, you know how like you're assigned to a counselor, they had all of our counselors come in to our classes for signing up for classes for next semester or next year. I think that would be a good opportunity to have them, as well as signing up for your classes in middle school and in high school, to talk about what you can do with the CTE programs, because cosmetology wasn't around during when I was in middle school, but I think that would be a great opportunity. And also for the 8th graders, the high school counselors would come down and talk to them about like everything that like for Chaparral had to offer and stuff like that. So I think that would be a great opportunity to just kind of slide that in there and be like, hey, this is also a great opportunity for you for when you're in high school, junior, senior, everything. So, yeah.
Other directors, questions, comments? Go ahead, McKay.
I also went to Sierra Middle School, and we did have counselors come down, but I was a part of Sources of Strength. And we had a lot of the high school members that were a part of Sources of Strength come down and talk to us about some of the rallies that we can use. So something similar to that, where high school students who are involved in the CTE programs coming down and talking to like-minded individuals of, this is an opportunity. It might not be your freshman year, your sophomore year, but junior year, keep it in mind, and it's a great opportunity, and I took it and I love it.
Director Page, then Director Williams.
Well, one, Allison and Eliza, I will be sending my wife Holly to you. Little known fact, I do my wife's root touch-ups. So thank you, Highlands Ranch High School, because I will never be doing that again. Yes. So be ready, yes. So I feel your pain with the chemicals and the gloves and the doing the thing. It's, yeah. Excellent. Problem solved for me. I'm so excited. But if my wife's watching, she's like, thank you very much. This is the most embarrassing thing ever. Hey, but it looked good. Hey, give me some credit. I've done a good job. What's been your parents' reaction to this when you first got involved or said, hey, I want to do this? Where there's some apprehension, like, no, you need to go do this versus that. What's been their reaction? And then obviously seeing your success, has mine's been changed, or they just been super proud from the beginning, or kind of what do you feel like the parent experience has been when you've gone through this?
Okay, so I have known I wanted to do girly things since got my first haircut. And I immediately told my mom, because my hairdresser at the time, she was telling me about how she went through cosmetology school and how she got here. And keep in mind, I was 4 at this point. And I really was like, I want to do this, Mom. And literally from the very beginning, I've wanted to do this. So my parents are very supportive, thank God. And they're the type of people who are like, yes, college is great, but there's always another path. Because me personally, I am a part of the IEP section of people. So school's not my thing, but this is my thing. So we found our thing, woo!
So I was meant to be a pharmacist. That was my my parents' plan for me. I am really good in math and I'm really good in science, and so my dad, you're my pharmacist, and I said no, I'm a hairstylist, and so it was. They were always supportive, but it was definitely this huge change of pace where I was, supposed to be this big woman in STEM, and I want to cut hair and do highlights. And they have been insanely supportive and seen what I've done, and it's hard not to. I am going to be walking away with double the college credits that I'm supposed to have, and I still am taking all my big AP classes and stuff and all my things, and I'm just going to be a super smart hairstylist, I guess.
Something for me, at least, is my parents have been very influential on my decisions in that they haven't been influential in my decisions at all, actually. They have given me the ultimate liberation to pursue whatever it is that I would like to pursue. So in this case, I have decided to pursue, education, as it is something that has interested me despite maybe the funding that goes behind it, but it is something that I really wanted to look further into, and they have given me the option to pursue what I wanted to pursue.
Director Williams.
So I'm incredibly impressed by the four of you. Very, very well-spoken and great presentation, so thank you very much. McKay, I loved your idea around bringing high schoolers into the middle school so that they can relate. I think that that's really impactful, and I could see how that would impact my own kids. So thank you for all of the ideas. My question, actually, I'm not sure who can answer this, but are the students given a list, or do they have counselors or somebody that they can talk to figure out where these credits can transfer? Because I know sometimes we're working with certain colleges, but if they choose to go to another college, are they given that information?
So it's a great question. I think as we're looking in particular around concurrent enrollment and dual enrollment, there are things called guaranteed transfer concurrent enrollment courses, and we are trying to, as best as possible, to get as many of those, which I call GT classes, in front of our students. The biggest part that we've really tried to make sure where we've shifted, probably I would say from 15 years ago, is we had a lot of these one-off singleton-based, concurrent enrollment-based classes. One of the components that we really shifted and actually started some work that Director Meek and I worked on way back at Legend High School was really around like CompTIA program where we could stack courses on one another that would lead towards industry certification. And once you get that industry certification, the ability for things to transfer looks a lot different because they're stacked on top of one another. So we've built our pathways. The biggest thing we've tried to make the shift is not do the one-off, this would be great to get 3 credits that may transfer or may not, or who knows what path it goes to. It's really now is how do we stack these courses that lead towards something that allows those then credits to actually then matriculate at a different rate. Each university does have some different nuances, just like they do with AP credits, just like they do from a CE side of things. What we try to make sure of is really making sure that the courses we pull in are in alignment with a lot of our state schools, just to make sure that's an opportunity for students. But that stackable pathway that leads towards certification gives our students that competitive advantage. There's actually a list from every single college that actually maps it out for you that you work with when you go into the higher ed side of things.
Any other? Director Ray.
Mr. Windsor, I think you, in your presentation, said that before the coordinated high school schedule, I think I heard you say we only had 200 students going outside of their school to take advantage of this program, and then you said, I think 1,000 this year.
Yeah, over 1,000.
I think Ellis is probably our only student. I mean, the other students have these programs in their school. I think Ellis, you're the only one that's really taking advantage of, or is McKay as well?
As well, yeah.
I would just be curious. I know 2 board meetings ago, we had students come to us with concerns about the coordinated schedule as kind of.
So they all travel, actually, just so you know.
They all travel. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Well, then, great. This is for all of you.
No, I appreciate you highlighting that because that was one area that we've actually really needed to. 16 years ago, I can tell you, walking this district, that was the thing, is we had great ideas, great programs that folks didn't have access to. And I think that was the part where we really, and it was one of the hardest decisions we've had to navigate, I think, as a system. I can tell you from going out and doing national presentations around this, the biggest thing, as soon as we say we've been able to coordinate schedules, people are like, how the heck did you do that? Because that really is probably one of the greatest barriers for our students. You have great ideas, but if you guys didn't have a coordinated schedule, ability to access auto, which has always been an issue, if that's fair to say, has been one of the biggest inhibitors. Would you say that's fair to say? Yeah.
So that's really why I wanted to hear an update from either you or the students about how that's going, because we certainly heard from students still that that's a concern. And I'm just curious, from a student perspective, how that's going.
Well, I will say that the coordinated schedule, as much as I do not like waking up earlier, really did just aid in that whole taking the actual course thing, because otherwise I wouldn't be able to have this opportunity, or it would just completely destroy my schedule as I know it. So I come from a very unique case where I don't have my driver's license yet, so I had to arrange with the school and other students in order to take my own pathway, because this is what I wanted to do, and I really wanted to do it. But it was a tad more difficult that way, but Legacy Campus at least has allowed for transportation between schools and has specifically funded that so that students like me can get to that course with no issues.
Sweet, wonderful.
Yeah, one quick comment for the staff. When we revised the educational equity policy earlier this year, one of the things we put in there was kind of some intentional purpose, some metrics. And the first one we put in said, to ensure inclusive access to district programs, benefits, and post-secondary pathways for all students. And the early part of the presentation, it showed we're mapping across all demographics, no matter how you slice it, that we're doing a good job so far, at least from the data, to show that we are providing that pathway, that we are providing that access and the benefit. And specifically on Pathway 10, the Bridge program is a parent of my daughter graduated from Bridge at the height of COVID. And no offense to the district, it was not that experience. And to see that experience, and I've been by the cafe a couple times, and to see those kids shine and to see them take the responsibility and know that there's future intentionality built into construction, built into the rest of the CTE program, and the percentage of our students on IEPs, special education is right there on par with what we have in the district is outstanding. So big shout out and thank you to all the staff from the superintendent on down for making that happen. I know that's not always built into these type of programs, but I love the intentionality. Other directors, and I know we're way over time, I got a happy face for the staff, and of course, we, the board, are blowing through our allotted minutes. But when you bring the students here, we get, I believe there's a clause that says we can double the time for the board when students are answering, so we'll invoke that tonight. But any other questions, comments from directors? Director Williams.
Ellis, I hope that we get you to sign the contract to stay in the district. That's it.
Just one last comment that I just want to, I think it was alluded to a couple of times. I think what I really want to be able to take a step back and really highlight, I mean, the poise, I think the experiences, the focus, your messages, just from a staff standpoint, and I know our board would say this as well, just incredibly proud of you in the sense of what you've done. It shows that each student in our district, no matter what your passion may be and how you complement your programming, there's a place for you here, and we want to make sure we invest in that as well too. So do want to give a huge thank you for that commitment, I think, from our superintendent and also from our board as well too. So, but a huge, huge thank you, I think, to our students. You just inspire us every day, so just really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, go home.
Moving into item number 18, alternative licensure program update, a 10-minute presentation and 10-minute discussion.
Good evening, directors. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to introduce the two folks that are going to do the majority of the speaking today. Very tough act to follow, but you're going to see some similarities between what we're trying to do on this aspect with what we're trying to do with students. And that's some of the continuity that we're trying to see as a complete pipeline from going from K-12 right into industry. And in our case, our industry is us. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Erica Mason, who is our Director of Curriculum Instruction and Assessment, and Christy Cryer, who's the coordinator for this particular program. So I'm going to turn it over to them.
Thank you and good evening. We're super excited to share this opportunity with you. And as Matt said, a hard act to follow with students. We didn't invite teachers here tonight. They have class tomorrow night, so we didn't want them, they have a lot on their plate. And Christy will talk a little bit more about their content that they're experiencing. So as you know, we're facing a teacher shortage. And in Douglas County, we hire over 400 on average new teachers every year. It's imperative because of this teacher shortage that we continue to provide alternative pathways for qualified individuals to be able to enter the teaching profession. So the purpose of our alternative educator program, as you can see up here, is to alleviate some of that educator shortage and create other alternative pathways to decrease the issuance through our state of emergency licensure, to provide our candidates with ongoing support while they're teaching. Christy is going to talk a lot about this. They have a mentor in their school. They've got a district mentor. They've got ongoing classes from a qualified teacher throughout the 2 years that they're a part of the program. Another purpose of this is to assist in recruiting and employing candidates through non-traditional pathways, and also to provide them with provide pathways for teachers who have different experiences. So back on April 12th, just earlier this spring, the State Board of Education authorized Douglas County School District as a designated agency. And so we were previously authorized prior to COVID, a couple of years back. We went through kind of a reauthorization. We had a great reputation with the state. They were able to, with Christy's help, really fast track that. It was a monumental task, and Christy really did a fantastic job of getting everything to the state to be authorized. We are authorized at this point for a licensure in K-6 elementary education and in secondary for all of the content areas that you see, as well as K-12 for many of our specials and electives. For that second bullet, if they're coming into a secondary content area, they're coming in with a bachelor's degree. Everybody has to come in with a bachelor's degree, but then they also have 24 credit hours towards that content. Our program application was peer reviewed and designated to, or deemed to meet Colorado State Board of Education endorsement standards, and all of our content is aligned to CDE's teacher quality standards. So, our candidates, as I said, must come in with a bachelor's degree. That's where the process starts. And then before they get an alternative license, they apply for, interview, and secure a Douglas County teaching position. At that point, they then apply with the state for an alternative license. And they submit a statement of assurance and work with Christy and HR to get that alternative license in place and enroll in our program. The benefits you can see, there's no cost. In our previous program, there was a cost to our candidates, and we're able at this time to offer that at no cost to all of our candidates. They earn a salary while they're teaching, and they gain experience. They're on-the-job experience. They, as I said, they have a mentor in the school and a district support, as well as their principal, their PLS, and lots of support within the school. They work with a guaranteed support team for 2 years. Our program is 2 years, and they graduate at the end of that. For our K-3 candidates, they also will have the benefit of doing the teacher's 45-hour READ-ACT training as part of their program, so they'll finish with that as completed as well. The final thing, which is unique to Douglas County, usually when an alternative licensure candidate finishes a program, they finish with a initial license, and then they still have 2 years of induction. Christy is also our induction coordinator, so our programs are completely aligned. So when they finish alternative licensure, they'll actually finish with a professional license. And so they won't have to go through an additional 2 years of induction.
All right, I'm going to turn it over to Christy to really, she's the superhero behind all of this, so I'll let her talk about the content.
Thank you, Erica. It is so exciting to just talk to you tonight about their journey and their celebration so far. We kicked it off on July 13th and 14th with what we called a launch. We called it a launch because we wanted to launch them into the first 4 weeks of school, feeling that efficacy and success that they were prepared. We talked a lot about the launch orientation. The acronym guide is really where we started with Douglas County, all the acronyms that we have. They appreciated that. The classroom management, relationship building, and rituals and routines, we truly believe in them experiencing that as a learner because then they take it back to their classrooms. So we spent a lot of time on just relationship building with that piece. Another thing we're very lucky about is the department connections. We have supported and work alongside with our support services team. We are so grateful for that team because really, truly, they helped them too those first 4 weeks before school started to really know about IEPs, 504s, multilingual students, ALPs. They walked in those first 4 weeks feeling successful, knowing what to ask about students so they could all feel that success. We have a total of 34 participants. These are wonderful human beings. We have a screenwriter, we have authors, we have a newscaster, we have EAs. Their experience and their backgrounds are phenomenal. And they are here because they want to be here for kids and they want to make a difference. You'll notice our highest numbers around kindergarten 5. We have 5 art teachers and we have 5 English language arts. The others are spread through smaller amounts. One thing about our program is that we meet twice monthly, so 2 evenings a month at Legacy Campus, and we talk about those monthly topics. Those monthly topics are supported by, again, our facilitators in the CIA department and support services. They get to actually meet the directors and the coordinators that are rolling out professional development in our district. It was so exciting to see on Welcome to DCSD when they walked down those hallways and they were doing high fives to coordinators and, fist bumps to people. They knew they're feeling part of the culture right out of the gate. That's what we're aiming for. We have classroom visits. We'll talk a little bit about the support systems that we offer. And each is creating a teacher portfolio in Canvas. So everything they do is actually being uploaded to a portfolio. Coaching support. One of the things that we truly believe why this program has been so successful out of the gate is because of the support system. They actually have a PLS or induction provider at each school. They also have a school mentor. This has just taken off, this mentorship. All the mentors attended a 2-day liftoff before school started. We really spent time coaching and showing them the skills, the essential skills, and helping to uplift thinking and help our teachers be self-directed. We also have an administrator at each school that participates 3 times a year. They meet with this support team at the beginning of the year, the middle of the year, and the end of the year to talk about their success. We also have a district coach that also goes in and supports the schools. Next steps, where are we headed? Year 2 will be for cohort number 1, that will go again. Second cohort, we are already getting calls from our district. Several people are very interested. They have bachelor's degree. They're like, how do we get in this? How do we start? We also have the executive for special education working on applying for authorization for SPED. That's going to take off next year. And we're also in collaborative efforts with HR to really talk about pathways for our para teachers. So a lot is happening. We're seeing a lot of traction. This is just some application examples that we're seeing in classrooms. Over on the left where it says respect, they really right out of the gate, they learn to create those norms with students. They also over here, this is from an art in Rock Canyon, beautiful art that they're really focusing on student agency. Over here in the right-hand corner, you're gonna see in classrooms, they already know about calming corners. They know really truly what to provide in those classrooms to provide for anyone time to just regroup. Also, we have on the left-hand side, that's from Sand Creek Elementary, the music room, really thinking about classroom management, what that looks like in organizing your classroom. The middle here, we have Legacy Point, really already working on leaders, how to build leaders in our classroom. And on the right, Sedalia, talking about learning targets. They are jumping in. They are just running and doing such a beautiful job with this work. I'm really proud to just introduce to you this picture of the educators of class of 2025.
So with that, I think we'd open up for questions.
Directors, questions, comments? Director Ray.
Well, big wow. And Ms. Cryer, thank you for all your work, Ms. Mason as well. So it looks to me that the pivotal beginning of this program is securing a position in Douglas County School District. So what I'm wondering is, do we do anything prior to that? Do we help with interview skills? Do we help them get into the job fairs? Do we give some preferential kind of suggestions to our administrators that we've got a potential alternative licensure candidate coming your way? What do we do before they secure the position?
Great question, and thank you for that. Your timing is impeccable. Right now, we're currently surveying our clientele, which is our classified staff. We have 2 surveys that are currently out. One is particularly for those that already have a degree that are in our system, and we're asking them if there's any interest in this particular program. That's about 900 staff. Now, that's a crazy number to think about our classified staff, that we have 900 of them that already have a degree. So that clientele, we're reaching out to them and saying, is there any interest in joining this? We first launched the survey. The first day alone, we had over 70 people say, yes, I'm interested. From that information, we're going to take that information, we're going to start reaching out to both them and their principal of where they're working to start making those connections and working with HR as well. So utilizing that information. In addition to that, we also had 40 on that response that said, I may be interested with more information. So we'll be connecting with those folks as well. And this being our first year going through a full cycle with this new experience, which is an alternative licensure, much of what we're going to do this year is learn. I think as we go into this year of figuring out what's the best way for us to be able to engage, our capacity right now is for each cohort, about 35 is about what our cap is. And so it's working with those 70 plus people and anybody else who's already expressed interest to match them, successfully match them with a position. And part of our work this year is going to be doing lots of learning, how to best do that in our first round of hiring with this new program.
So what do we need to do to bring the cap so that it's not just 35?
Well, I'm glad that you asked that. I will have some future questions about that regarding budgeting. Really, when you start running into capacity, it's really about your staffing. From an FTE standpoint, these programs, we're blessed. I mean, we have some really great folks, Christy and other staff that really help with the program. Erica in leading the program, we have some really great people that are working to do it, but it does take FTE to make this thing come off the ground. And we have to be very, very creative with how we fill that additional FTE. Because we also don't want to pull from our schools in an effort to supply our schools. And so that FTE comes at a certain cost. And we, of course, are having some conversations with, what's it going to take to move it to the next level. Each of these meetings, if you look, it's 2 hours per month. So we'd be asking additional staff, if we do it in-house, to be allocating additional time at night, or we hire additional staff and leverage all opportunities, whether it's looking at 110s for people that are retired, looking out to get some consultants, or looking and hiring full-time staff. It really comes down to staffing is probably the biggest prohibitor.
Superintendent Kane.
Yes, thank you. I would just like to add a couple of things. First of all, because our administrators, so to address Director Ray's first question, because our administrators know that this program exists and are supporting this program, many of them have already identified EAs or people in their schools, and that they know they want to get into a teaching position next year coordinated with this program, and are actually providing those EAs with opportunities now they're very thoughtful on what kind of work the EA does that will help prepare them for a potential teaching program and going through alternative licensure. So our administrators are really doing a great job of in their own self-interest, of course, of understanding that this program is in place. Secondly, what it would take to expand our program is a question that I may have asked Mr. Reynolds this morning, which is why he looked over at me. And it is budget, it is probably a couple $100,000 or $250,000. So in order to, fully staff and support throughout our buildings. But, we certainly have evaluated that the first investment has been more than worthwhile. So it's always a question of what investments we're making and how they align with our priorities as a district. Thank you.
Other directors? Director Ray?
So I know you mentioned we have mentors in each building or would have with an alternative licensure person. Do the mentors get a stipend or is there any incentive for our in-building mentors?
They do get a stipend. They actually are doing 23 hours of mentoring each year, so that's for 2 years. They also get paid to attend the liftoff training, which was 2 days. And they also come for 3 other night sessions. We want to continue the coaching throughout the year, so it's 2 hours each time. So yes, they're getting a stipend.
That's great, because I think we're always looking for, the career ladder kind of mentality for our veteran teachers. And so what a beautiful opportunity for them to mentor up our new teachers. That's great.
I think the most exciting news is when you hear a veteran teacher come up to you and say, "This is the spark I was looking for. I needed something new."
That's great.
Yeah, I just really appreciate the investment in growing our own, not only supporting our folks and giving them pathways to increased responsibility and letting them grow, but I was just going to ask the same question, and I really appreciate the investment in our staff that's stepping up to make that possible. And just your side comment on looking into possibly 110s. I mean, what a better group to bring in all that experience and maybe even add to the roles here. So I really applaud the effort and can't wait to see what happens in year 2. From a lessons learned perspective, what would you say is the biggest lesson learned so far? What would you do differently knowing what you know now?
I will answer from my standpoint. I think one of the biggest things is kind of along the line of what Director Ray surmised is, how do you advertise and get the word out? When you launch a program like this, you never know what kind of response you're going to get. We were delighted to have 35 folks jump on board. And I know the slide said 34. We actually had one person that was in the program that got their license. So, I mean, it was a good story on that end. But really trying to find what's the best opportunity for us to be able to highlight the program and create a sustainable pipeline for candidates. I'm looking down 3 years down the road, and we're seeing that, okay, if we get these first couple of cohorts, are we going to continue to have a bank of new cohorts in our system to continue to replenish the program? I think that's probably the biggest learning from my side, but I'll allow these folks to also provide some insights.
I think Matt already alluded to it as well. It's really staffing. My entire staff is involved in designing and delivering content, as well as much of Danelle's staff as well. It's a lot of late nights, twice a month. Plus, they serve as those district mentors, so they're out in buildings. So it's really around the staffing. I'm going after recruiting. I think this program started quickly, and they trickled in fast. We were expecting 15, and then pretty soon it was 25, and then it was, 35. So I think it's really getting that recruiting done earlier, which we can now, and really out of the gate having all of our 35 ready to go before July.
Director Meek.
Yeah, this is such an exciting program. Thanks for all the work in getting it launched. I know our district years ago had an alternative licensure program that was launched, and we partnered with the Teachers Association. And I'm just wondering, even the Retired Teacher Association, are there partnerships like that might help with the capacity? Is that anything that you've explored?
Well, I think given the position that we're in, there's no rock that should be unturned. And so examining all options for us from a staffing and recruiting standpoint, I really don't think that there's something that we're going to say no to automatically. I think looking at all options in terms of how do we connect our candidates with the best professionals to help guide them through getting their license. And so I think any option is on the table for that. Especially when we start looking at adding a second cohort, and then when that point is start looking at what's our additional capacity.
Other directors, questions, comments? Okay, thank you all. Moving to the next item, the Curriculum Advisory Council Plan and Updates, 10-minute presentation, 10-minute Q&A.
All right, good evening. It's great to speak again. Yes. Director Mason and myself will take this on, and she's going to start us off, and then I'll end us with this short presentation.
All right, thank you again. So we are excited about our District Curriculum Advisory Council. This will serve as an advisory council. They'll have many roles and responsibilities, but really their primary role will be providing feedback around academic standards, our district adopted curricular resources, and to provide feedback and advisement to Superintendent Kane through recommendations. So a little bit more about their responsibilities. I mentioned reviewing academic standards. Each CDE has a statute in which our Colorado academic standards need to be reviewed on a 6-year revision cycle. And in addition to that, a third of our standards are reviewed every 2 years. We just finished up with social studies and art. Those will be implemented in 24-25 school year, and then we'll move into the revision. The state will move into revision of many of our specials and electives, English proficiency, and so on. So this council would serve as a feedback group to be able to look at some of those changes from the revision cycle from CDE. They would also review any legislative changes. So for example, when we implemented our core reading program, that came about because of legislation around the READ Act. So that might be something that council would weigh in on. We have procedures, as you know, for adopting textbooks and novels, as well as district-initiated programs like our core reading programs. So this group would be a feedback council for our processes around adopting those. And then finally, they would serve on our district challenge committee if there was a need for that. I know there was a conversation earlier tonight about membership. There would be at maximum, based on this, 14 members. We have a parent representative, one from each region for a total of 4, a member of the Equity Advisory Council, a student representative, building administrator from each level, so 1 secondary and 1 elementary. A student support services representative, curriculum instruction and assessment, likely myself, district library media center representative, 2 teachers from our current standing content councils. We work with our teachers on a monthly basis in our curriculum councils, and a community member. And as you can see, some of those may, especially while we're in recruiting stage, serve in multiple roles.
So really getting down to what are the potential topics. And as Director Mason just mentioned, that with the standards being implemented in 2020, when they changed that law, so that instead of just doing it in blocks every 6 years, you're now looking at it every 2 years. We've got a new round of standards come. And based on the state system and how they do that, it's not as simple just as a release. There's feedback in and feedback out when those standards are released. So right now, take for example, computer science, they're opening up those channels for us to provide feedback on computer science standards. So there's an opportunity for us to really engage in that conversation and have that dialogue with this particular council as to providing direct feedback to the state regarding those standards. A few things of looking at textbooks. You all are the formal adoption. I mean, that's of your power and authority, but what goes into the process to get you a proposal is really what we're looking at. Is looking at what are those processes for us to review. And some of the most unique ones are advanced placement courses. Advanced placement courses come with a canned suggested textbook series for each course. They are updated on a timeline that we do not control, and they just come whenever time that they do a review. So for us to keep ahead of how to review those cycles, that's the question that we want to ask this council is what's the best way for us to create a process around that. New editions of textbooks. If you would look at our current list of textbooks, we've got textbooks that go back to the 70s. I looked at one earlier this evening. It was a history book from 1974. That misses 8 presidents. We still have it on our list. So what do we do about old editions of textbooks? How do we handle those? Many of those that are older are no longer in circulation. So how do we manage our current list of approved resources so that we can come back to you all with a suggestion on how to handle that? Discontinued textbooks is also an issue. We have many that are on our list that are discontinued. And a new thing that has come in the last 10 years is digital resources. Each textbook comes with their own set of digital resources. Another thing that was not considered in drafting the initial set of processes and procedures was the digital resources. And then the last is, when it comes to the Colorado academic standards, it's not just the review, but it's also what are some potential parent resources we can provide. The standards, when they do update, many folks in our system may not understand fully what these standards are asking for. They may make assumptions about what's in those standards or what's not in those standards, and how can we best communicate. So this group would help us provide feedback on what are some of those mechanisms. The last thing is really to provide that direct line within the Colorado Department of Education. There are feedback mechanisms that anybody in the public can fill out, but we also has an opportunity as a district to submit very targeted feedback to the Colorado Department of Education regarding the feedback on the standards. Really, when I think about, and I like to go back to this diagram over in the right corner. If you're not familiar with that, that's the family, school, and community partnerships, the standards that the state has provided. And really the hope is that we can engage our community in a broader conversation regarding standards in the curriculum. The idea that we can bring parents together with their context expertise, with our staff who has the content expertise, and really be able to have that conversation with the two, take context and content, and have conversations to be able to put forth some recommendations to our superintendent regarding our processes and procedures. So thinking of a timeline, this is all a potential timeline of some of the things that we would like to investigate when we first start. I mean, obviously, when you're trying to stand up a council such as this, we'll spend some significant time of looking to establish our membership. Like other councils and other committees, we'll look to our current existing structures to look to see if we have members. Like one member that's on that list is Equity Advisory Council. To solicit a member from that group to be able to stand this group up, to get this group, get the ball rolling so that we can start garnering our own membership within that group. Then looking at, in the spring, is really looking at defining what those outcomes are for this particular group, and really mapping out, when we look at how standards are being approved, revised, and proposed, look at what potential legislation could be appearing this spring. Legislation in the land of curriculum is pretty frequent these days. There's either bills that are proposed and laws that are passed. And so to be able to keep ahead of this, each legislative session we'll have to examine that, to propose different things that come before this council. And then, of course, looking at next year, we have listed as policy feedback. It's really regulations that accompany the policies that you all have for curriculum, and looking at revising those or updating those based on processes and procedures from feedback from this council. So that's kind of a general look at what our timeline would be for this group. We are open for questions at this time.
Director Myers.
So I noticed in your potential membership, the District Library Media Center representative. And back when I was in the district and I was in the library, we actually started piloting a program back then where we took just even the library regular books, and we card cataloged them so that we could interchange throughout the whole district. And I'm sure they're probably still doing that. But I do remember that we also, I know we spent, at my school, we spent one summer actually going through all of the storage where they kept the textbooks. And we piloted and barcoded all of our textbooks, and we could interchange sets, whole sets. Do you know if that still exists, if this library media representative, and maybe a couple of questions, you know, we'd always have somebody come from the district library media to help us weed out books. And so I think that could help also with textbooks, if we could weed out old, you know, big sets of, but that was really popular because teachers could get on like a card catalog, the digital, and see where they could borrow whole sets of books from another school.
Excellent. Great couple of questions. I'm going to try to get to them all. You are indeed correct. That is still a process that we do through our district media library center. Tracy King, who's the director over there, still provides those services for schools to be able to weed what they have, and also provide procedures for how they purchase their books to make sure that we have the best and the greatest resources available for our students. In addition to that, I'd also like to thank our superintendent and cabinet for this last year of putting significant finance to be able to help our libraries. I'd love to be able to provide you that data. It's great. Of being able to update all our libraries to get them up to code, so that we can have the best and greatest resources, not only just based on the timeline, but now that we have core reading programs, is to be able to start purchasing more materials that are aligned with our core reading programs. So that was really the purpose of having that representative on this council, to be able to provide that perspective.
And just a bit of information, Tracy King was one of my interns at Ridgeview, so.
Other directors? Director Weiniger, then Director Ray.
I love that this council's getting brought together. I think it gives transparency and reassurance to our community of what our curriculums are. And I also have heard that this council was around years ago. Do you know if anything about that, and if this was shaped around what we had years ago, or I'm mostly curious where this membership list came from, just the motivation around how you chose the membership list and all that.
Okay, I'll try to answer the first. I was not here if this was put in place, so I'd have to do some research on if there was one in place and what the group configuration was. In terms of the current list, we were thinking of it holistically about, who are the stakeholders that are typically engaged in conversations around the curriculum and standards. And that's how we generated the list of potential members. When we look at conversations about what is taught in our schools, that diagram of the family, community, school partnerships really is the foundation for this, that we want to continue to facilitate that partnership between our families and our schools. And curriculum resources and standards is a really nice place for us to have an avenue to do that.
Director Ray.
Yeah, thank you. I could probably help with the history, but I don't want to bore you with that. So, one of the commenters tonight wondered about the stretch of resources. That we have lots of committees, we have lots of advisory groups, we have staff that we know are spread thin to do this kind of work. And so I'm wondering about the content curriculum councils who have already studied our standards, who have already gone through some very in-depth training, have provided feedback to the state level as well. I'm just curious why we didn't use them as kind of the beginning of this, maybe add a parent or two, if that's what we were looking for, is to bridge some parent representation. So I'm just wondering about the role of our current content, I think it's content curriculum councils, if I'm not saying that correctly, but I'm curious about that because it does seem like we're launching into something, and this group will have a pretty broad spectrum when you look at all the standards that we have from the State Department.
And actually that was by design, to have that broad spectrum of perspectives when we talk about the standards and the curriculum resources. And I really do want to thank the current curriculum councils for all of their work. They have been instrumental in us preparing and creating our priority learning outcomes associated with our standards and our curriculum resources. They are continuing to do that work and now shifting their attention to, now that we have those priority learning outcomes, how can we actualize those in the classrooms? Their work will continue. And those councils, really, when we look at now that they're talking about actual instruction, it's utilizing them for their expertise to share that with others within our system. This advisory council really is about the broader spectrum from the holistic view of standards and curriculum. It's looking at multiple perspectives, which is why when we looked at this group of membership, we did want to, we did want to include teacher representatives from that really targeted and intensive work around the content standards and what instructional strategies that they're developing to provide that context to a broader audience.
So in terms of resources, though, in terms of stretching us thin, with having another advisory group that we need to manage and facilitate, talk to me about that a little bit.
Well, in terms of my time or others, I guess on that, if within this perspective of, bringing people together to talk about curriculum instruction and assessment, that's something that we will manage in terms of what does this membership look like and how sustainable would it be. I think some of those answers we wouldn't be able to get unless we started and just see how much strain we do put on these groups once we start engaging in that conversation. It's something that's on our mind, which is why this membership list isn't 50 people. It's a smaller group of 14 to start with to see when we engage in these conversations, is this a manageable number for us? And does our membership, is it sustainable based on people's workloads? Many of the folks who are on this list were already engaged in conversations regarding curriculum instruction and assessment. And so that'll be part of our, kind of ongoing feedback within this group to say, how often should we meet? Is our representation, does it match what we think it should be? And is this workload too much for our staff?
Just to follow up to this slide. And I really appreciate the trying to keep it small. I think we also then ask the question, who's missing from the membership? What voice is missing? And so I think, for instance, a DAC representative who, by policy, they're the ones that serve on the challenge committee. And yet this committee, I think you said one of the responsibilities might be that you provide people to serve on that challenge committee, although our current policy says it's DAC. So, we're missing a special education voice, it seems to me, whether it's our Special Education Advisory Council or our DC Geek Council. So I guess that's the filter I'm kind of trying to process too. Or do we have voices that we're missing to provide you that broad enough perspective to really truly give authentic advice?
And I really do think that this list could be fluid, just for that very reason, of being able to engage in the conversation. And depending on what we're talking about, we may look to say, we have to add additional membership, or we need to target this specific group to be able to come in and provide that additional voice that we don't have at the moment. And so, we're looking at this as our starting point for our membership, but yet being flexible enough to identify if there's something missing, we may need to add some membership as well.
Thanks. Director Meek.
Thank you. I was curious if this is modeled after another district's format or structure at all, or not?
You want to speak of?
Yeah, I mean, quite honestly, I did quite a bit of research. It's not any one district in particular. This is a council that exists in many school districts across the nation, and so it is a compilation of research done from those.
And then just to follow up, so this would be a superintendent committee, right? So it's not a board committee. And just looking at, I'm all for transparency. And so I just wonder if it's a superintendent committee, it's not really open to the public per se. It's an operating group. And given, the importance of transparency, that's a fear of mine, is that you're giving this committee that isn't a board committee and therefore is a superintendent committee, and everything is not necessarily transparent. I just wonder if that might lead to challenges when you're talking about curriculum.
Superintendent Kane.
Thank you. So I just want to make a couple of remarks. Yes, this is a superintendent committee. We have lots and lots of superintendent committees for various purposes. Our calendar committee, for example. And so that's something that we manage within our operations. The committee, like any other superintendent committee, they aren't making decisions. They're only advising. And so ultimately, anything that comes forward in terms of curricular resources comes to the Board of Education. So this just helps us in our process, in staff's process. This is an advisory committee to staff. Director Ray asked about spreading the staff too thin. I spent some time with some other superintendents across the state this last week, and one of the questions that they had for me in light of our academic results is, what is Douglas County School District doing that is allowing for such great results? And my answer was focus and alignment. And so we actually have been really intentional about focusing our entire system around the priorities that have been established and aligning our entire system. And this council being brought together in the way it is a step towards that alignment. One of the challenges that often happens in a really large system is you have maybe the special education folks over here and the professional development folks over here, and everybody's a little bit siloed. This is part of our effort to really focus and align, and that's something that has been very successful for us, thanks to our leadership of our deputy superintendent, our assistant superintendent, and Mr. Reynolds. This has been this is very much part of that focus and alignment that has been able to yield the academic results that we were all hoping for. So I hope that provides some context, and it was very thought through as far as the stretching thin of staff, because I am super sensitive to that as well. So thank you for those questions.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering about the feedback on standards and it not being larger community feedback. It's feedback from a 14-member committee. And so that's the part where I just really want to make sure we have transparency and we're giving our community opportunities to weigh in and be heard and provide feedback. And so I just get nervous not understanding how that might look.
Great question. And actually, what we'd want this committee, this council to do is tell us how best to reach out to our community. They would be the ones that would help us. We would put forth a plan to say, here's what we're thinking in terms of our engagement with the broader community. Please give us feedback on what you think we would do in order to engage our community more broadly. This group would help us with that and provide us recommendations on what are some strategies we can take within our community to help educate folks on the academic standards or the curriculum resources. We have learned a lot in the last 12 plus months with our core reading programs, through surveys and just informal conversations. And this is one area where this council could really help give us feedback on what's the best way to engage our broader community in this conversation.
I'll try to make this one last question. So this is a superintendent committee, and I get that you're just asking us for feedback. And since you're asking, where it says members may serve in multiple roles, I would just caution that sometimes you need someone wearing a certain hat if they're there to represent a certain group. And so I think I would just be careful letting someone wear multiple hats, because I think it's really hard for them to represent that certain stakeholder group. So one piece of feedback.
Yeah, and as one director, a lot of this stuff currently winds up on consent because it comes up through the approval process, whether it's textbooks, novels, things like that. And I find myself as one director doing a lot of digging and trying to, read in the cover and look at stuff just to check some homework there. I would really appreciate, and I know this committee, council, is going to keep doing some work and possibly revise that process, but anything that can make it easier for the board, once a recommendation comes up, to access and see some of the whys or some of the balance, the recommendations for or against, or if there was any friction, is just something I would appreciate as one board member. But I do like the idea of doing the pre-work. Obviously, the ultimate thing that we are chartered with, one of our foundational or fiduciary responsibilities, is curriculum approval as a board. So just echoing, what Director Ray and Meek said, I see this as a supplement and a bolstering of the process and a way to access community around curriculum. And I really like the role of informing and engaging questions around, especially some of these regulatory changes and things driven down from the state. So I look forward to seeing what you come up with. But just for everyone listening out there, sometimes there is confusion about what the board committees are, and they work for us in the board, and what are superintendent councils or groups that work for the superintendent staff. And those recommendations will flow up ultimately, in many cases, through the superintendent to the board for action, but that there is a difference. And I appreciate the discussion highlighting those differences tonight. This is not a new board committee. This is just an augment to superintendent council list. So, any other, Director Ray?
Just one suggestion, if I may, because you can hear our community's angst, right? You heard that tonight. We're going to have certain parents serve on this committee. Who's going to be selected? So I think on the responsibility slide, I would love to see the very first point to be a plan for community engagement. It's exactly what you just said, Mr. Reynolds, here at the end, is that this committee is not the end all. It's the kind of almost the launching or the steering group to make sure that engagement happens. So I would love to see that emphasized, just to lessen the angst of our community who feels like this is going to be stacked with those parents or those staff members who have a certain way of thinking, that this is really a launching point to make sure our community does have the opportunity to engage and discuss. So,
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Reynolds and Ms. Mason. Moving to item number 20, Universal Preschool, also known as UPK update, a 10-minute presentation and 20-minute Q&A. And it will not be Mr. Reynolds.
Good evening, directors. You get me, Danelle Hyatt, Deputy Superintendent, for this presentation. So it's a pleasure to be here this evening, and I am joined by a team to give you an update in regards to Universal Preschool or Pre-Kindergarten program in Douglas County School District. I will regret to inform you that I did not invite any of our youngest learners to join us tonight, although it would bring us all pure joy. Hopefully, they are tucked in bed and getting a good night's sleep. But if you do really want to have an opportunity to fill your bucket and you haven't had a chance yet this year, I highly encourage and invite you to visit a preschool classroom in our district. So let me start with introductions for this presentation this evening. We have our Executive Director of Special Education, Liza Meyer. She will be presenting. She also has leadership responsibilities with preschool in the district. We have our Director of Early Childhood Education, Lisa Graham, here this evening. We have our Director of Budget, Colleen Doan, and we have a supporter of all of us, our Assistant Director of Early Childhood Education, sitting in the back, Annika Barton, that is here as well this evening. So if I had a visual to pop up on the screen to describe the last year since I've been in front of you in regards to the preparation and the implementation of UPK, many visuals come to mind. Let's just stay with the roller coaster. I didn't put it up there. I wanted to show the joy of what we see in our preschool classrooms on a daily basis. And with that, I'll hand it over to Liza, and she'll get us started.
All right, good evening. So a couple of slides just to refresh you. These were slides that have previously been shown to the board. Came into law. So there has been a lot of work since then at the state level and then, of course, at the district level. And so one of the things that the state did was they actually enacted a new department, the Colorado Department of Early Childhood, in order to help bring this to life. They are actually now this year, 3 years later, are slated to fund up to 15 hours per week for students. And this is voluntary, just like kindergarten is, and it's both for the program level and the families, it's voluntary. So what we see here is the up to 15 hours, but there's also some caveats that some students could qualify for more depending on other circumstances, and we look for updates on that. But some of those examples are, of course, a student that might come from a low-income background, dual language, and the native language in the home is other than English, a student that has an IEP, a student who experiences homelessness or is in foster care are some of those examples. And now I'm going to turn it over to Lisa Graham, who's going to give a little background on our vision and focus.
So you may recall our vision in early childhood is to serve the full continuum of students in our programs. So we have the entire spectrum of students, from our neurotypical students to students who may be at educational risk, our neurodiverse and students with disabilities, all together in one classroom. Our focus is to really focus on those foundational skills, not just the pre-academics, but in gross motor, fine motor, physical, social, emotional, language, pragmatics, because we believe pathways start in preschool. It's not just for K-12. And so using all of those play-based, student-led, student-centered learning practices. You may recall our lovely visual of the train, where our Douglas County Early Childhood Council is the lead agency, and they contract that local coordinating organization to serve and support all of the preschool or early childhood programs in the Douglas County community area. So Douglas County School District is one of them, but not the only one of them. And one change that's not reflected in the slide, but that Douglas County School District used to be the fiscal agent for the Douglas County Early Childhood Council, that has now shifted to the Douglas County Health Board. So they are now the fiscal agent for the DCECC. Some comparisons, we do have another pre-kindergarten, a full-day pre-kindergarten program in the district. It is operated by our before and after school enterprise, the BASE program. This just shows you a couple different sort of comparisons between the early childhood education program and that BASE pre-K program that serves 4-year-olds. Our ECE programs serve 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds. We both have a quality rating of 3, which in the Colorado Shines is that first level of quality. So both of us have that high quality rating. We have 66 classrooms in 44 buildings. BASE operates 5 pre-K classes in 3 buildings, and they're listed there as Cougar Run, Coyote Creek, and Mountain View. Our number of students in ECE, we serve up to 16. Up to 8 of those students might have an IEP, and the other 8 are those typical peers to have that fully inclusive educational environment. Our staffing, we have 2 adults in the room at all times, an early childhood instructor and an EA4. And then we also have our special service providers, our occupational therapists, speech therapists, and early childhood special ed teachers. In the BASE programs, they operate on that licensed ratio of 24 to 2 adults. Our programs are 2 hours and 45 minutes, and we operate in 2 different sessions. We have an AM session where we serve 3-year-olds and a PM session where we serve 4-year-olds. And we are piloting this year at our Early Childhood Center South a 15-hour program, so they operate a 3-hour and 45-minute day, Monday through Thursday, at the center. BASE operates a 10.5-hour day, so they serve from 7 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. 5 days a week, and they do not operate on the Douglas County calendar. They serve year-round. And you can see we are not at all not impacted by the staffing deficits and vacancies, so you can see them listed there as to, if you're interested and have any interest in joining our excellent programs, you're welcome to apply for either ECE or BASE. And I will turn it over to Colleen Doan.
Thank you. Good evening. So the funding is a little different for UPK than it was under the Colorado Preschool Program, and it's different than our funding for K-12. Again, it's not going through the Colorado Department of Education anymore. So the UPK has a base amount that is tied to the base per pupil within the School Finance Act as a minimum threshold. And then every single organization has a set rate that is somewhere above that. And so these are the base rates for this school year, as you can see on this. So the minimum for any provider is $32.30 for the year. And then, as Lisa discussed, students may qualify with additional eligibility factors for additional funding above and beyond that. So this is at the 10 hours, and they may qualify for 15 hours, and in some instances qualify for 30-hour slots. So what does this look like for Douglas County School District? So first, our rate is higher than that minimum threshold. And so for the current school year, the part-time rate, which is for the 10 hours, which is the majority of our students, is $46.62. And the half-time rate, which is applicable to ECC South as well as base programs, is $58.25 because they serve a 15-hour week program. And this is the rate that's for all of DCECC, not just Douglas County School District. And so as we look at our budget year over year, in the prior school year, we were generating tuition for our 3- and 4-year-olds under the ECE program. And then we had a small portion of the Colorado preschool program for students who qualified based upon various at-risk factors that was funded through the School Finance Act. So we also had funding for our students on an IEP through the School Finance Act. So you add that all up, and it was about $5.4 million of both locally generated and state-funded revenue. As we look at our revenue streams in the current year under UPK, there is obviously the new UPK revenue, which this forecast is based just upon August and September enrollment in programs. We didn't see much variability for October, but because the 4-year-olds are coming on a monthly basis, this is subject to change, and we have not received funding for 3-year-olds yet. Tuition, we still have some tuition in here for 3-year-olds, and then the elimination of the CPP program and the elimination of any funding through the School Finance Act. So you can see overall that that's about a $7.2 million estimate, which indicates that we are anticipating that this is going to increase our resources available for early childhood through the general fund for the current school year. So we're at about $1.8 million higher in the current year than we were last year. These are numbers just on early childhood. This does not include base resources. And I'll turn it back over to Liza.
All right. So you're going to see 2 slides. The first is going to be the positive, and the other are the working challenges, right? So the roller coaster is coming back into play here. So positive impacts. Right now, as Lisa mentioned, we are piloting an Early Childhood Center South offering 15 hours a week, and that's for our 4-year-olds in the afternoon. We are also looking at a greater enrollment of students in our programs. So if you look at our 3-year-olds, and they're in blue, but it might be a little hard to see, you can see we're up 53-year-olds from this time last year. If you look at our 4-year-olds, we are up total of 35, but we have increased the number of students with IEPs in our programs. So we're increased by 85 right now from last year to this year. So those are some successes, and we're hoping to continue to increase, and that is having students get into our system early, so then we can continue to influence them throughout their years here in Douglas County. Okay, so now we'll switch to the challenges. So previously, the 3-year-old pupil count was actually on November 1st. They have shifted that to October 1st. So the count will be in years coming less because we have a whole month that we are losing of student count. Hopefully that'll be mitigated as we move on, but that will be a little bit of a change to begin with. The dual enrollment process it continues to be a little bit of a complication because parents used to be able to enroll directly with the district. Now they have to go through a statewide system, and then they've got to go through our local enrollment process, which is an extra hurdle for families to go through. And it's very hard for us to be able to support those those families when we first have them starting to enroll. And then the state is responsive, and there's continued changes to the statewide system in order to be responsive to what is happening, but that also adds challenges as we're trying to keep ahead of that. We also have some capacity limits right now in some highly requested locations. Our Parker, Castle Rock, and Roxborough locations are very popular. We have a lot of young families there, and so we are seeing capacity limits where people want to be close to their home for those early childhood programs. And then that also leads to some confusion because they can't just call up and talk to us at the local school. They've got to go through that UPK system. And so knowing where the available spaces are can be challenging. And then with a new department in the state, the CDEC, that increases some challenges with communication because we have two departments to work with now where previously we didn't. And so that is something that continues to be worked on at the state level but impacts us here at the local level. And now I'm going to turn it over to Danelle that's going to talk about the UPK task force.
So you may recall that last year, we had developed a UPK task force to work on the implementation of UPK, and these are all the members that were representative on that task force. That task force is a multi-year task force, so that task force will continue to operate this year. We have not met yet this year. We will meet right after fall break because we wanted a full first quarter of experience with UPK before we brought the task force back together to be able to reflect on and evaluate the impact UPK has had on our system. So the task force last year developed 3 goals to really focus in on, and we will continue forth with that work this year and moving forward. So really the goals of the task force revolve around some of these points that you see here. And the considerations we have moving forward. We decided, and you may recall when we came to the board last fall about UPK, is that we wanted to take a very slow and steady approach to making any significant system programming changes in early childhood education, to wait and see what actually transpired with the UPK implementation from the state to the district level. And that slow and steady approach, I will say confidently, was the best approach that we could have taken, acknowledging, though, that we want to continue to really look at how we can expand capacity and programming options for our families in early childhood, which would include more full-day options for our families and how we can enhance and increase our 15-hour programs now that we are piloting and learning how that works. There's many different variables that have to be considered when we look at increasing hours in programs and days of programs. And so we're taking our time to really do a thorough analysis and evaluation of that before we make significant jumps and changes. That has benefited us as a district, whereas I'm sure you've heard in various news sources, other districts took a more kind of and all for the right reasons, right, aggressive approach to being ready for UPK, and that kind of came with a little bit of a challenge for them and that they're having to navigate. So we will be looking, the task force will be looking about how we might pilot full day kindergarten, pre-kindergarten options beyond what we offer in base for next year. Pilot is the key word. This is not something that we're able to do. A lot of this will be contingent upon what happens in November in terms of where we may have space availability in schools, short-term, long-term, et cetera. So that will be the focus on some considerations for our work moving forward. The other big consideration that Lisa spoke about is even if we continue to increase preschool programming options in our district, will we be able to staff them? We are already right now challenged and continue to be challenged with filling vacancies in our early childhood classrooms and preschool programming. Enhancing or expanding programming doesn't necessarily solve that challenge for us. So that's something we have to continue to monitor. In terms of moving forward, I just want to just really emphasize a key word here. We're going to continue to reflect on, we're going to continue to monitor and enhance our preschool programming options. The key word and emphasis here is gradually. We need to do this very thoughtfully and gradually. Of course, we want to be responsive to the needs of our community and our youngest learners. We know how advantageous it is to be able to have more of our youngest learners start in our preschool programs earlier. We want to be able to provide a high-quality experience. We want to be able to ensure that we have staff available, that the funding supports what our intentions are, and that we're consistently monitoring what the state intends to do moving forward with risk factors, additional hours of care, because there were some elements of that changed for families last spring that didn't impact us in the way it impacted others, but we want to continue to be really responsible with our families in terms of ensuring what we offer is something that we can commit to being able to do. And so gradually, we will continue to proceed forward with enhancing UPK programming in our district. With that, questions?
Okay, board, questions, comments? Director Meek.
I took all those pictures on my preschool visits, just gotta enjoy.
So when do we get to sign up? Let's get those scheduled. Thank you for the presentation. This was really helpful. I have heard about the challenges with understanding registration happens through the statewide UPK system. So do we actually have data, though, on the demand that we have in each of the different areas? Like, do we have data that can help us with planning moving forward?
So because the state system doesn't allow for any type of wait list, there's not any way for us to secure that back-end data in the system to know how many families requested option A, because the system rotates them only through where capacity is available and makes sure that every student has a seat in some licensed location. So I wish that we had a way to find out. We had 150 families request this particular area, but we don't have that on the back end of the system, and I don't know if there's a way to gather that or collect that from the Bridge Care statewide system.
Yeah, so I was kind of afraid. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Director Meek, and then I'll offer my.
Well, I was just going to say I was afraid that might be the answer. I do think it's worth checking to confirm that there really is no way we can get that data. And if there really isn't a way to get it that way, I wonder if surveying at our sites to local families might be worthwhile. I just really think it's such important data for us to have to know what the demand is locally. And so if we can't get it from the state, I wonder if there's another way.
And what I would just want to offer in terms of a response to this is we participate in many of the state meetings when they were offering meetings for districts to participate in and actually get feedback from districts in ways that they could continue to enhance or improve. And more access for our teams with Bridge Care data was one of the top pieces of feedback that not only Douglas County representatives, but other districts tried to get is we need more access, more timely information from the Bridge Care system. I will let you all know that there's advocacy on my part as Deputy Superintendent for the state to consider changing the flow of enrollment and registration, meaning the advocacy for myself and our team is let our families express their interest with us first, and then we will ensure that the state gets the information they need through whatever system, whether it's Bridge Care. But the complications around families having to go to the state system first over their local districts was a significant challenge, and that is the number one piece of feedback that we have provided. The state is just reverse that order for us. That would be a huge relief. Now, we have no indication that that is the intention, but that is where we as a district have been advocating.
And I totally believe that's true. And I know there's been a lot of frustration and lawsuits that are out there. So do you have any idea? It sounds like you have no idea if there may be changes in the near term, which would allow us to change that application process.
We are very hopeful that there will be some responsiveness to the advocacies of districts moving forward, but we have no information as of this point in terms of what they're considering for potential changes.
Other directors? Director Ray?
So the state registration process fills our pilot program at South as well as the base program?
So the registration request by families in the Bridge Care system is by license, and so that train representation of all the wheels where families can opt for a community program, a district program, a in-home program. So they apply or they submit their requests, their first, second, third choices by those licenses. So at Early Childhood South, if they select an afternoon for their 4-year-old, that's what that program is that 15-hour program. If they choose the full-day option at Mountain View, that's the base program. If they choose a part-time option at Mountain View, that's our ECE program. So we overlap at Mountain View and Coyote Creek.
But our students that have an IEP or students that are identified through Child Find, they're guaranteed a spot in any of our preschool program, and I just want to shout that loud.
Absolutely. Yes.
Because I think there was also some confusion around that says, well, if I go to this private preschool, I'm going to be able to have my IEP fulfilled, and that wasn't the case because those programs don't have the capacity to do that. So I just want to broadcast that our students that are identified in Child Find have IEPs are guaranteed a spot in our preschool programs.
Yes, if families select it, yes.
Okay, thank you, yeah.
Which is again why if they came to us first,
Right.
if the families came to us first, we could help them understand all those implications before they went somewhere else and then had to be surprised by that.
Can our family still come to us? I mean, couldn't they still come to us, but we kind of say, your first step is to get online and do the state thing. I mean, is there any reason why we don't help our families navigate the state registration process?
We do help them navigate the state. There are limitations to the navigation, but we do our best to help our families.
Other directors? One quick question. So you said that capacity limits where we're having issues are, funny enough, Parker, Castle Rock, and Roxborough. So is there a direct link between the proposed ballot language, specifically 5B, and expansion of capacity for UPK and other programs?
Absolutely. If we are able to pass 5B, that will give us an opportunity to develop the Bridge ECE site in the Parker region, which would give us more capacity to expand preschool in the Parker region and would very likely help us as well in the Castle Rock region, just because of where we have to shift our families to different places.
So would it be a fair characterization to say if 5B passes, we're not really building K through X, we're building UPK through X schools, physical capacity as well as programmatic capacity?
Yes, that would be a very fair statement to say.
Okay, just wanted to check on that. Thank you. Any other directors, questions, comments? Okay, thank you very much, Deputy and et al. Can we take a 10-minute recess before we get to a little item of a resolution? In fact, let's make it 13. We will start at 20 minutes of. The meeting of the Board of Education, and we are on item number 21, resolution in support of mill levy override and bond. Thank you, Robert, for having it up on the screen. This is something that obviously the board voted unanimously to put ballot initiatives 5A and 5B on the ballot. That was done previously back in August. This is a separate item where we are, as a board, are taking up support of these measures as a board, just like just about everybody in Douglas County has done in terms of town councils, community organizations, et cetera, have issued similar. We just heard from a speaker tonight, Andy Jones, that Highlands Ranch Metro District passed a unanimous support. So this is us passing support or not, we'll see how the discussion goes, of the initiatives 5A and 5B. I can read it, or we can just open it up for individual questions or statements from directors as appropriate. Okay, I will go ahead and read it for those, and Robert, if you can keep up with the scroll. Resolution of the Douglas County School District Board of Education in support of the Douglas County School District's 2023 mill levy override, also known as Initiative 5A, and bond ballot measure, also known as 5B. Whereas the mission of the Douglas County School District, DCSD, is to provide an educational foundation that allows each student to reach his or her individual potential. And whereas the DCSD Board of Education's goal statements are academic excellence, outstanding educators and staff, positive, safe culture and climate, collaborative parent, family, and community relations, and financial well-being. And whereas a high-quality school system which attracts and adequately compensates high-quality teachers and staff, as well as provides high-quality educational facilities, is in the best interest of our students, families, staff, and community. And whereas Douglas County School District has a proven history of providing students with a rigorous and relevant educational experience with positive academic results, including leading the Denver metro area district in academic excellence. And whereas total program funding for Douglas County School District remains unchanged when more dollars are collected locally, as program funding is set annually by the state legislature under the School Finance Act and is funded by a combination of local and state dollars, such that when local funding increases, state funding decreases. And whereas the schools of the Douglas County School District receive substantially less local mill levy override funding, the only mechanism for school districts to receive additional program funding relative to their school district neighbors, resulting in a local funding gap which has significantly and negatively impacted the district's ability to offer competitive wages to all its staff and teachers. And whereas only one mill levy and bond have been approved by local voters in the past 17 years. And whereas Douglas County School District believes that students in Douglas County deserve equal financial investment in their education as neighboring school districts. And whereas the largest single employer, as the largest single employer in Douglas County, the mill levy override would be used to make compensation more competitive for Douglas County School District teachers and staff, over 6,000 of whom are Douglas County residents who will invest in Douglas County businesses and Douglas County's economy. And whereas the nationwide teacher shortage combined with the lack of competitive pay has caused Douglas County to receive fewer and in some cases no applicants for teaching positions, such that the opportunity cost of not retaining teachers is to potentially not have teachers to fill the vacancies and increase class size, which is an incalculable cost to students. And whereas the Douglas County School District Board of Education has resolved to continue its longstanding commitment to attach 100% of mill levy dollars to the choice each parent makes for their students in attending DCSD-operated public schools and DCSD-authorized charter schools. And whereas DCSD has strong and valued partnerships with all local law enforcement agencies and the continued occurrence of school violence merits an increased security presence in all DCSD-operated schools. And whereas DCSD has over 111 public use buildings, primarily schools, that cost $35 million a year to maintain ongoing capital needs, and the bond initiative includes capital maintenance for both public neighborhood schools and public district authorized charter schools. And whereas the bond initiative includes continuing investment in career and technical education opportunities in partnership with Arapahoe Community College, University of Colorado, Denver University, as well as safety and security upgrades. And whereas DCSD is an essential part of the Douglas County community, and it is our combined community goal to ensure that Douglas County is an attractive place to live, work, and play. And whereas it is in our collective best interest to attract and keep businesses in Douglas County as important components of a thriving economy. And whereas it is our collective responsibility as a community to build and maintain schools through local taxes, just as it is for libraries, parks, and other public use facilities. And whereas the National Association of Realtors analysis positively correlates thriving school districts with strong enrollment and increased home values, resulting in all taxpayers and homeowners within the Douglas County School District benefiting from successful mill and bond elections. And whereas the total tax impact of the MLO and bond combined on homeowners would be approximately $20 per year per $100,000 in home value, and the impact will diminish as our community grows. And whereas all Board of Education committees, the Equity Advisory Council, several SACs, and multiple governmental municipalities and community organizations have formally endorsed the passage of 5A and 5B. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of Douglas County School District supports passage of the Douglas County School District's mill levy override 5A and bond 5B initiatives, as they will benefit every student, family, and staff member, along with the entire Douglas County community. And I will open up for questions while I drink water. Director Meek.
Thank you for reading that. I think it was important to have it read. The second to last whereas statement on the first page, should it read Douglas County School District Board of Ed believes that students, so adding Board of Ed. And then on the back side, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whereas down, adding continuing investment in the trades and in career and technical. I think our bond language mentions trades.
So continuing investment in trades and career and technical education?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And obviously in the fourth one down, Denver is missing an N, which we will add in there for a typo. Okay, any other directors' items? Director Ray?
So I'll confess I didn't do my homework on this one. Did we change this much from the last time that we passed this passed a resolution?
It was largely based on the same formatting. There were some additions. Obviously, the mention of partnership with law enforcement and security, because that is new to the MLO this year, was inserted. I think there was a small changing in the listing of partners based on what MLO and bond would do for phase 2 of CTE, et cetera. But generally, I would say it's 90% consistent with some small additions and language changes.
I think it looks great. I think it captures everything that we can possibly capture to show that we passionately endorse, support, need for this to occur. So thank you, Director Peterson, for doing the drafting as well as the revisions. But unless there's other comments, I will go ahead and make a motion that we adopt this resolution as read with the revisions as recommended.
Okay, we have a motion by Ray. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion by Ray, second by Meek. Any further discussion or comments? Director Williams.
I'm actually just going to make some comments. Last night, I had the honor of going with Superintendent Kane to a funding presentation. I've been to a couple, but last night, I think there were some questions asked about why do we need to do this if we're performing so well? We're already doing really well with what we have. And I just think it's important, and I tried to make this distinction last night, that it's about how long that's sustainable, really, because we have amazing teachers and amazing staff that put everything they have into educating our children. And I couldn't be more grateful, but we heard from a principal last night. She's taking on the job of principal and AP, and she's not the only one that's doing that. There are several across the district that are taking on more than one job. I have a friend that's a teacher, and she's having to do extra things because they can't fill positions because they're open. And so I just want to say that, yes, we are doing an amazing job, and I'm so grateful for that, but it's not sustainable at this rate. So this is an easy one for me, but I just thought I would get that out there.
Any other directors' discussion or comments? I'll certainly make some comments at the end in president remarks about 5A and 5B and some next steps and timelines, but I'll reserve those comments till that time unless any other directors have individual comments or discussion about the resolution.
One of the things I'm sorry.
Director Ray, go ahead, yeah.
One of the things I didn't put a lot of thought in is those people that seem to have a narrative for why not. And I'm wondering have we answered all those questions in this resolution? So those people that are saying, like Director Williams brought up, well, you're doing good things with the money you have, why do you need more? I think we've addressed that because we talk about the fact that, yes, there is great results, but it's not sustainable, as Director Williams said, unless we treat our teachers and our staff well. Do you feel like that we've, and I think all of us have had those conversations with those naysayers, if you will, have we covered that in our resolution? Because I just think this would be a good anchor for us to be able to use to say, no, the reason we support this is because, or the counter to your argument is this. So I'm just putting that out there as a wondering.
Yeah, as someone who drafted it and again borrowed heavily from last year, I tried to include, this would be our version of the Tabor guide, right? This is what this board as a unit of 7 believes are the things we're trying to accomplish. And it's also expectation management in my mind. When we look at the future of Douglas County and the linkages, whether it's realtors, whether it's other members, to link in the causal effects of this is not just for the school district, this is not just for staff, this ultimately is for students, this is for families, this is for Douglas County partners, this is ultimately for the future of Douglas County. With so many things that we see going on internationally in the nation at the state level, things go bad slowly and then they go bad very quickly. And we have this wonderful opportunity and window here in Douglas County to make a small investment in the future of not just education, but Douglas County. But a failure to do so, maybe we haven't explained, but that would be the negative side. Last comment to the naysayers. I think I'll save that for the president remarks as one director. But I went out there and actually had a debate. I said, okay, you bring your best side, and Ms. Gilstrap, who is sitting in the audience right now, her and I said, okay, you take your best shot and we'll make our best shot. And I think the summary comes down to, do you want to save $100 to $200 annually, or do you want to invest in the future of Douglas County? For some people, that $100 to $200 may be very significant depending on their home valuation and times. But remember, we're the #1 employer in Douglas County. And if there are hard times in Douglas County, one of the ways we can see our ways through is fund your #1 employer. There's over 6,000 people, as it says in this resolution. Our staff, I think it's 70% plus of our staff reside here in Douglas County, and we literally are giving back and shoring up those people to ensure the future of Douglas County. And hopefully those statements, whereas statements, 2 pages of them reflect all of that positive reason for voting in favor of these initiatives. Okay, without further comments, we have a motion by Ray to pass as amended, seconded by Meek. I will take the roll. Director Meek.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Page.
Aye.
Peterson, a very strong aye. Ray.
Aye.
Williams.
In order to take care of our children, we need to take care of those that touch them every day. So I'm an aye.
Weiniger.
100% aye.
passed 7-0. And that moves us into item number 22, consideration of new policy DFD, debt management, and this will be a first reading. This would be a new policy, so we are required to have multiple readings as a board. So this will be the first reading, scheduled for a 10-minute presentation, 10-minute Q&A, and then at a future meeting, we will have at least a second reading before the board would take action. Ms. Sleisner.
Thank you. Okay. Sorry, thank you. So in 2022, the board approved area of focus for the Fiscal Oversight Committee that read develop recommendations for long-term bond financing. So this is the result of that area of focus directed by the board. The FOC developed and approved this policy. It was then reviewed by legal counsel Butler Snow and also reviewed by our financial advisors, Hilltop. So this policy defines the following: our governing authority around debt, our debt limits, the structure, issuance, and our management practices. So this is developed to improve our quality and consistency with that decision-making around new and existing outstanding debt. The types of debt that are covered are our general obligation or GO debt, which can only be issued upon voter approval, the corresponding refunding GO debt, certificates of participation or those COPs, as well as lease purchases. And then on the short-term side, it covers the state interest-free loan program, which we do utilize every year. And then things like tax anticipation notes that we haven't utilized. I think we did it years and years ago, but way before my time. One of the things addressed in this policy is our legal debt limits. So in accordance with CRS 2242-104, our indebtedness limit cannot be greater than 20% of assessed property valuations. So in our audit and in our budget book, we have 10-year history of what this looks like. So in compliance with that, not greater than 20% of assessed value, we could be up to $1.6 billion. We are at 426 as of 2022 audit. So that gives us a margin of 1.2 billion. So we're only utilizing 26% of that limit. We are getting nowhere close to that limit, but just to show that we're in compliance with that. There is also district self-imposed debt limits. So there's a current policy, DFC, that covers certificates of participation. That debt policy was moved into this one global debt policy. So our suggestion is when we formally adopt this policy, we will remove DFC. There were no edits. It was just incorporated right into this bigger policy. So that policy states that we have limits to our COPs that can be outstanding. So that's limited to the aggregate yearly lease payments of principal and interest not to exceed 1% of yearly general fund revenues or 5 million, whichever is greater. We're currently at 1.1 million, and so those are slowly moving off of our debt schedule. We haven't issued one in quite a while. Long-term debt, I'm not going to read all these, but these are, we're going to use long-term debt to fund long-term assets. So acquire, construct, furnish, remodel. All of those things are what we use long-term debt for. That long-term debt will normally have a fixed rate of interest. The structure will be reviewed by the board in consultation with our Fiscal Oversight Committee. The final maturity will usually be 20 to 30 years on that debt. And the average life of the debt issued will not be greater than the average life of those assets that are purchased, just to keep those aligned. This is directly from the COP policy that already exists. This simply says that we can issue COPs on behalf of charter schools, but it must be a win-win proposition, and this defines what that proposition is. We have issued debt with Skyview and Aspen View in the past, and since then, both of those have refinanced under their own debt and paid us off. For refunding and restructuring, this is a normal part of the life cycle of a GO bond, but this says that we will have a target net present value savings of 3% will be our goal. And there might be a couple reasons why we decide to do something a little bit different, such as there's only a few years left on the maturity of the issuance altogether. Or it may be to defeat COP that uses general fund resources, but those will always come to the board in consultation with the FOC to get your approval on what those look like. And finally, the bond redemption fund. So this part of the policy defines what that ending fund balance will look like. So in general, we will hold no more than a year's worth of principal and interest for the GO bond payments. We will hold no more than a calendar year's of payment at the calendar year end. So in December, we'll look at the payments that are due in June and December and make sure that we don't have in excess of a year's payment sitting in reserves. That helps us set the mills for the next year. This is general policy that's out there set by CDE. This is general guidance out there. We are way below this. So our December 2022 fund balance was 29 million, and the principal and interest for June and December is 53 million. So we can be way lower than what the recommendation is because we collect 96 to 98% of our property taxes that go out to our citizens. So we don't have to hold a bunch of fund balance just in case. This is just a buffer. And with that, I can answer questions on the policy.
Directors, questions, comments? Director Weininger, then Director Meek.
Just a comment. Thanks for the presentation, Jana. The FOC has been very involved in this debt policy and has looked at it a few times through the revision process, and there wasn't much. It was just legals looked at it. Here it is again. But they approve it, and they actually had it on their memo about the MLO and bond for this year. They recommended that we pass a policy, a debt management policy.
Thank you. Director Meek.
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. That was very interesting. Mine's kind of a philosophy question around the use of COPs. And so I think our district used to utilize that and kind of stopped the practice, if I remember, like 2009, 10, 11, somewhere around there. So I'm just wondering, do we have COPs currently that we're using, and are we changing our philosophy with using COPs?
Yeah, that's a great question. There's 2 still outstanding, so we're still paying on 2 of them. And they're ones that have refinanced old ones that were issued years before that. There are no proceeds left, so we are not utilizing the proceeds from the COP. And I think it's just a decision of cabinet and this board going forward on how we utilize those going forward.
Superintendent Kane.
Thank you. That's actually, that's a really good question. Because a community member could certainly ask, why won't you use COPs to build a school in Sterling Ranch or whatever? And the answer to that question is that we don't just take it out for free, right? When we issue COPs, we then are paying the payment out of our general fund, which we can't afford. See problem 1, competitive wages, et cetera. So it would have to take, I would think, a pretty unusual situation for us to issue COPs because that payment comes out of the general fund. It does help us in the very rare event, which has only happened twice, where perhaps a charter school needs a loan where they're paying the payment, not us paying the payment out of the general fund. But I don't anticipate, the charter market has changed so much that it's easier for them to get loans as well. So I don't anticipate that in the future either.
Quick follow-up on that. So thank you for that on the philosophy and all. So I'm just wondering, does it make sense to add an intercept agreement language in the policy, kind of similar to what the state does? So if a district cannot make the payment, the state will withhold that money. So in essence, an intercept agreement with charter schools, in case the charter couldn't make a payment, we would withhold money going to the charter school from our general budget. It's a similar concept to how the state would do that. Have you considered that?
We haven't had one in so long that I haven't been involved in those, but I know that we've had separate agreements that we do with the charter schools outside of the debt, which it might have been in there, is my assumption. But we can talk to our legal counsel and just see if it makes sense to do that in here or if that's just a separate agreement between us and the charter school.
Superintendent Kane.
Yeah, I would add that that would be a separate part of the agreement between the district. Should the district do any such thing, it would be an agreement between the district and the charter school that would have to go before this body, before it could be approved and executed. And that's where we would have details around what happens if a payment is unable to be made, et cetera.
So I think I would like to have legal counsel take a look at that. It kind of seems like if it's a debt policy, that would be kind of a standard practice or something to be considered. Speaking as one board member, I just think it would be helpful to have legal look at that.
Just for clarification, do you mean have legal look at it prior to the second reading with a possible modification of our policy, or outside of updating the policy from first reading to second reading?
I think it would make sense to have legal, I'd love to have FOC, I'd love to have their thinking on that as well, but it just seems like if you're creating a debt policy, that would be something that would be included in the policy.
We're happy to have the legal take a look.
Director Ray.
Along those lines, so it sounds like the recommendation is to rescind DFC because it'll become obsolete, and then approve this new policy DFD. Do we know, just kind of capturing the conversation around charters, is that a waivable policy that charters waive from? Because I think that would also kind of, for me at least, would heighten the need for what Director Meek is saying. If this is a policy that charters are required to have, as opposed to they cannot waive out of it, it'd probably be worth the while to have some mention about that debt.
Okay.
So I'm just curious, I don't know if we know that, or just curious.
Yeah, I see a lot of Googling over there on the part of the assistant superintendent. So maybe we'll table that while we're getting other questions. Any other questions or statements from directors?
Just
Director Ray.
Just to clarify too, the major disadvantage of a COP is the interest rate is a killer, isn't it? I mean, it's just so much more significant. I know that Superintendent Kane talked about, why aren't we using them? Well, it would just kill us with the amount of interest that we'd have to pay on it. So I just want to also broadcast that as well.
Thank you.
Superintendent Kane.
Yes, to the first question, we can certainly go back and consult on it, but this debt policy is around general obligation bonds, which charter schools do not have the ability to issue, and COPs, which charter schools generally would not have the ability to do either. So neither of those instruments apply to the charter schools per se. That's question number one. And then, yes, the interest rate is super high, and which is why I mentioned that I would think it would be unlikely that we would use this as a vehicle to assist any of our charter schools, because they have access to capital at lower interests that are much more in their favor too.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Kane. And remember, this is a first reading, so if any board directors come up with any questions for staff, obviously between now and when we would schedule a second reading, obviously please get those in. Any other comments or questions for Ms. Schleissner or other comments?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move into item number 23, President Reports. The next Board of Education meeting is scheduled for 14 November. Remember, we have fall break at the end of this month, thus the break in board meeting schedules. Agenda planning for the 14 November meeting is scheduled for this Thursday, 12 October at 10:30 a.m. So this is the last board meeting prior to the November 7th election. And just a very quick story, I was out knocking with staff, one of our principals over in Castle Rock for 5A and 5B. And rather go back to the same arguments that you've heard, I thought I'd tell this little story. So we were kind of finished canvassing in an area, and we were walking down the street, and there was a family outside. It was a woman and her husband, little older, and so we stopped and engaged. I said, have you heard of the initiatives in 5A and 5B? And you said, oh, absolutely. My son is a teacher. And then she immediately followed up with, and he's married, and they live in our house with their children. And immediately, I didn't even have to make the pitch. She started making the pitch for why we needed that. And as she was saying, in fact, can I get that stack of literature from you? Because I'm going to distribute it. I'm going to spread the word. And as we were having a conversation, her son, the teacher, drove up. And I won't mention the school, but was all swagged out and stuff. And it was pretty interesting to watch because it was, I want him out of the house, not in a bad way, in a good way. And I want to enable that. But that right there is, so in Castle Rock, we've got a couple living with their son and his wife and children in the house because he's a teacher and she's also in a service-related profession. And that is not right in Douglas County. And we can do better as a group. So that's one of the reasons I personally, not just as a director, but as an individual voter, will be voting for 5A and B this year. I would be remiss, unfortunately, Ms. Gilstrap left, but as the last board meeting prior to the election, making sure that we recognize the Invest in DCSD independent group, which has assisted in getting the word out, educating Krista, Sandra, Callie, Sarah, everyone that has worked to collaborate across political lines, across other lines, to come together to get people out into the streets. And it has been impressive. That being said, ballots will go out about a week from now. 4 weeks from now is when the voting starts. So there is still a lot of time. So staff, anyone that's up listening, students, if you're up listening, you still have time to get out there this weekend. You still have time to go to investindcsd.com, sign up. There's going to be continued canvassing. There is continued door knocking. There is still votes to get out there. Last year, as a reminder, 49.3% to 50.7% was the MLO. 2,000 more votes, and to leave those 2,000 votes or whatever we need this year in the mailbox because we didn't get out would be a travesty. So there's never a good time to ask for funding, but this is the best time we have. And, do it for the staff, do it for the students, do it for Douglas County. Absolutely get out there. And I mentioned things are bad. Don't wait. And I would sum up to Director Ray's earlier comments, I would sum up the opposition point in this. It's taxes. There are never a good time for taxes, and it's not bad enough yet. That is a horrible stance to take. If you're going to wait for it to, quote, get bad in Douglas County, if you're going to wait for it to get bad in DCSD, that's going to have a hell of a momentum behind it. And the cost to dig out after we've are no longer the number one in the Denver metro area, after we've had more losses in our teachers, when we don't have EAs, when we can't staff our programs, when we cannot fulfill the incredible vision that our staff is in the process of executing relative to CTE. Just take that one program that we heard about earlier tonight and how much just the CTE and CE programs are giving back to not just our students and our families, financially, skills-wise. Think of what they're doing in terms of giving back to Douglas County, the community, the business partnerships, the future construction workers, the future nurses, the future educators that are sitting in our classrooms today, which will be the future of Douglas County. You have an opportunity to fund it, and to not do so, to wait till it gets bad enough, is a horrible idea. Make a small investment now, ensure the future of Douglas County, because it's the right thing to do. And with that, I'll turn it over to Vice President Williams. Oh, and I will not be here. It was a threat last time, but it's true this time. I will not be physically here for the November 14th meeting. I will be out of state, so Director Williams will be running the 14 November meeting.
Okay, so I have a little bit to cover just because I want to talk about the CASB delegate meeting on Saturday, but just quickly, parent engagement. I know we talked about the 29th of November, and we currently have that set at the Legacy campus. So an invite will be coming out. However, it will probably be the day after or a couple days after. We'll have new member sworn in for the board. So just maybe for those people that are running to put that on their calendar, keep it open. And then I think that the next step will be for us to work with Superintendent Kane to get maybe going through Mr. Mosier to get invitations out to the charters. And then I went to a football game on Friday night. It was Mountain Vista versus Rock Canyon, and it was super fun. My daughter actually did the Junior Jags. And so just a very big shout out to all the amazing programs that we have around this district for kids at all levels, because I know that more than Rock Canyon do programs like that or have them and support them. And just what a fun program for these young kids that get to go hang out with the high schoolers and feel like a bigwig and kick their legs up for the night. So just a big shout out for that. I've gone to a couple funding presentations, which were really good. Last night there was a pretty big turnout, and we got really good reception at the end, people saying that they were skeptical going in and that they were a yes now. So I think that that's working. So kudos to Superintendent Kane for getting out there and educating the public. Well, not last, but I want to talk about the CASB. Thank you guys so much for nominating me to go. I do agree, however, with Director Meek that it would be very helpful next year for whoever we nominate as a board to have some sort of like working session, because while it was very educational and it was great, I didn't feel comfortable speaking for the entire board on some of the things simply because I didn't know where we all sat. I might perhaps have a strong opinion, but because I didn't feel comfortable, I didn't want to speak on behalf of the entire board. There were things I did feel comfortable on. There were some resolutions talking about advocating for alternate pathways for our teachers that are tenured and experienced to get into SPED and early childhood that I felt like matched with some of our legislative priorities in creating those sorts of opportunities for our teachers. There were ones on the stop arms on school buses, having there be bigger penalties for people that are breaking those rules, that I felt like I could speak for the board, going back to our safe, positive culture. There were some that were like that I felt good about, but there were ones, when we talk about statewide taxes, when we talk the cell phone zone thing, there was one that said, should we have it be a bigger fine for those going through school zones on their cell phone? And while I don't necessarily think that might be the worst thing in the face of the planet, because I didn't feel that really tied into something, so anyway, Having said that, I think it was a great opportunity, but I think that it would be helpful if next year we maybe talked about at least some of the things. Like I said, some of them I felt comfortable, some of them not so much. So that's that. Lastly, I wanted to talk about, there's been a lot of questions about the legal spend within, for the Board of Education and how much we're spending on outside counsel that's inclusive of the Board of Education. So I just wanted to kind of give a history of the last 5 years and what the budget has been, the actual, and whether we were over under. So in the 22-23 school year, the budget was $556,000. I am going to round just to keep it a little bit easier. The actual that we spent was $357,000. That means we were under by about $200,000. In 21-22, the budget was $556,000. The actual was $400,000, which put us under at $155,000. The 2021 school year, the budget was $469,000, and the actual was $397,000, under at $72,000. 2019 to 2020, the budget was $550,000. The actual was $499,000, under at about $50,000. And then lastly, 2018-2019 budget was $601,000. Actual was $603,000. So we were over by about $2,000. So I just wanted the public to hear that there are cases and things that come forward that don't necessarily make the public's attention, but we are staying very clearly in budget, and most particularly last year at $200,000 under. So that's all I have.
Let's see, I think we went this way last time, so Director Page.
Yeah, so Monday was kind of wearing the Board of Ed hat, the candidate hat, and the parent hat all collided at one time. So I heard that the student forum was great. I wish I could have attended, but I was at my daughter's first middle school choir concert at Rocky Heights Middle School, and I can say that was the best middle school choir concert I've ever been to. I mean, kudos. It was fantastic. So it was just a really neat time to hear what they're doing over there. My thoughts on 5A and 5B is when things are going well and we're tops in the in the front range, and we're making all these positive strides. That's when you invest. That's when you make the nod of like, hey, we're doing well. How do we keep this moving forward? Living in the business world, you invest where things are improving and things are going well. And you don't defund things that are making money for you or that are showing improvement. This is an investment, not only in our kids and our staff, but the community. Think of all the construction jobs. And we have multiple building projects going on in the next several years. All those people get wages. We have to buy the materials, and we have to use individuals to engineer and architect those things. When we have better pay, we can bring in we can attract more of the best teachers and keep the programs going that we have. Expanding things that everyone wanted in terms of CTE and career and technical education. Yeah, times are tough. I get it. I live here. I'm going to pay more taxes. Colorado is currently the third lowest paying property tax state in the nation. So when you think about the totality of what we actually spend on property tax, go live somewhere else. And the damage is going to be a lot greater. But yet we're also in the bottom 10 in terms of how much we fund education. So, you're going to have to balance yes, I get it. Raising taxes, fiscally, yeah, I'm a conservative. I don't like raising taxes. But I also am pro enhancing the community when it makes sense, when things are moving in a positive direction. And so to use a choir analogy, my chorus, to quote unquote, the conservatives out there who are hemming and hawing about, raising taxes by $100 or $200 a year, think of this as a long-term investment. housing prices are high, but isn't that a good thing? 10 years from now, if they're all down in the doldrums because we don't have a good school district and jobs have left and people have left, you might rue the decision you made, with only looking at what's right in front of you versus what we can possibly achieve, not only this year, but 5 years and 10 years and 20 years. This is for the future, not only of our kids, but future of the county. So I would just behoove you to really think about what this actually means, and then vote as you will.
Director Weiniger.
I wholeheartedly agree with all the support spoken about 5A and 5B and said in much better ways than I could have. So just also a heartfelt thank you to everyone working hard out there, knocking doors to get it passed for our schools, for our families, and ultimately for our community. So thank you very much. And then just updates, I had an MBOC meeting last month, and they also passed a resolution in support of the MLO and bond, and it was unanimous. We also got a detailed presentation on the bond dollars, and it's starting to really be all spent, which is really cool because they're holding to the deadline of it. And so then we talked about our next meeting, because our next meeting's in January, and we all decided that if the MLO and bond passes this year, we'll meet again in January because MBOC will continue. But if either or doesn't pass, so if either or does pass, so if just one or the other, we'll still meet. But if neither of them pass, then we're gonna wait until the bond dollars are finalized and we get an actual final number that they'll present to the board, no matter what they will. But if that happens, then we'll meet in February. And then on the FOC is meeting on Thursday, and they also have on the agenda a resolution for support on the MLO and bond. So if that passes, I will just email it out since we're not meeting until after the election again. So that's about it.
Director Myers.
We attended Youth Congress. We had 2 buses this year, so I was on a bus and Andy Jones rode on a bus. We had over 70 kids, I believe, that rode the bus. And we're driving down the highway and I see Tommy over in the car wondering where he's going. And he did a beautiful job tonight. He was right there at the Capitol taking pictures and did a beautiful job tonight of showing what was happening at Youth Congress. I wanted to give a little history because about this time last year, and I wanted to say, especially to the CTE, I can remember being on the bus and there were some boys from Douglas County High School, and I had just visited Douglas County High School with Mr. Kappas. And we went, and I knew all about that. We went way back there in the back and looked through the automotive and everything. And these boys were going, we didn't even know that was at our school. Well, fast forward now, the conversation's completely different on the buses. These kids know about all going on in the district. Something went right this year. That's all I could hear them talking about, and then we got in the conversation and a little about the schedules, changing, but knowing it was for the better of everyone that we do that. But the number of kids wanting to be in that was just, and knowing about it now. I hear it wherever I go, and the parents, and our parents have changed their attitude about, okay, my kid can be a success through this program, and we did it. I think you did a beautiful job, a beautiful building, so much going on in the schools, and we have a really good success story there. I attended the Thunder Ridge High School Field Day, so I went in a little bit early because I visited the culinary department to give them some gifts for helping out with the DCCF banquet. So I said, oh, well, I was the first one to cook in this kitchen because I started the department there. So I'm walking from room to room with Rachel. We're walking back and forth. And I said, what are you doing? She said, well, we lost a teacher this week. So she was doing 2 separate classrooms going from, and if you're not used to art or family and consumer science, it's organized chaos. It really is, and I love operating under that because then when you look at the overall picture and you see everything, but then you hone in on a kid that's decorating a cake or over completing another food culinary project or a group working on, they're working, they're collaborating, they're getting some beautiful things done, and it's wonderful. And then, of course, field day got my heart rate up a little bit, so I stayed for quite a bit, but David and Susan and I were there, but oh my goodness, I think if I'd have stayed the whole time, I could have lost 10 pounds, especially if I was up jumping with them. But it was phenomenal. I've never seen anything like it. Homecoming was not like that when I went to school, but it was phenomenal. I went to a Parker Rotary with Superintendent Kane. Ann was there, and Superintendent Kane had a meeting, so we stayed behind, and the number of people that were, oh, wow. I didn't know that. And there were plenty of teachers, retired teachers in there, and they know what we need to get done. And I believe Director Meek and I have one Thursday morning with Castle Rock Chamber, a breakfast, something with Superintendent Kane. So I feel a lot of positive going on. I mean, the people are talking about it, and $200, okay, give up something over the year, So it's feeling really good. So let's go, Douglas County. And that's all I did.
Director Ray.
Yeah, so a couple things. I would just echo Thunder Ridge High School. I don't know what I experienced yet. I'm still trying to analyze what that was all about. But it was the energy, the spirit, the pride, and it was just the students knew exactly what they were doing. I mean, this is a 25-year tradition at Thunder Ridge High School, and my goodness, they do it well. They do it loud. They do it proud, and it was definitely something to experience. So I have never experienced like that before. Also, did go to the Pinery Country Club with our Ponderosa principals, who did a funding presentation there. Off school hours, they weren't on the clock, but it was really a great reception. The PTO actually sponsored it, but I would agree, there are just so many examples of some really positive energy. Canvas this Saturday also, and I would just also echo the accolades, Director Peterson, to our campaign group. I mean, it was smooth sailing, and having done it in 2018, again, I was very impressed with just how efficient they were, and they have it down to an art. And I have some interesting stories too about my knocking on the doors, but I will spare you those for right now. Just some updates. Safety and Security Committee group met, and I know I have to be cautious because of what I share about that experience, but they had a panel of principals who really shared from each level just what was working and what their challenges were. And I think overall, it was just so affirming to hear that the work that's been done since 2018, the bond election that provided security enhancements are alive and well and being put in place, and principals truly feel like that the hardening and the physical security of their building is second to none. And that was just really good to hear from them. What was hard to hear certainly is that our staff shortages now are also impacting safety and security, especially for our students that are most vulnerable, our students that are in our significant needs programs where we can't get the staffing to support them. And so I think that was really hard for me to hear, because you think, okay, we can hold down the fort, but when it becomes a safety issue, that's when I would add to Superintendent Kane's term of urgency. It's not just an urgent need because we lose teachers and staff. It's an urgent need because we're compromising what we can provide our students. And I think that's extremely concerning. We certainly heard from our students at the forum some issues about bathroom security, and I would just tell you that after being in this meeting, there are lots of work being from that meeting. They're anticipating the completion of the behavior disciplinary matrix, I guess, is being worked on now as kind of another tool to help them in responding to behavior. And then also, really, I heard a lot of need to continue the investment in universal social emotional resources. I think psychological safety, again, is just as important as physical safety, and certainly heard from our principals that there's still some needs in that area. The other thing that was presented to us during that meeting was a Safe to Tell presentation from the people from the state level. Just a very fascinating presentation that I think might be worthwhile for the board to consider experiencing, but specifically around the myth that there's a lot of false reporting out there where students are harassing each other by false reporting. That's a myth. I think it's like 3% of all the state's calls into this Safe to Tell system, only 3% are false reports, and that there are follow-ups that occur when there is false reporting. So it was a fascinating presentation to get it from the state level, but they also had some data for us at the local level, which I think is just helpful when we're looking at culture and climate. I think that data really did, for me, contribute to understanding how we are doing in that area. I had the pleasure of going to see Diary of Anne Frank production at Highlands Ranch High School. So I went from the Thunder Ridge High School to the Diary of Anne Frank that was a little more somber. But I got to tell you, the kids that performed were absolutely amazing. I know we use that word amazing, probably overuse it, but both my wife and I went to the performance, and what was really really unique about it as well is that they also had an exhibit outside of the theater that really tackled the facts around the Holocaust. They had students out there who were engaging you in conversation about that. Actually, I had a student who talked to my wife and I about him being Jewish and being in a club at the high school for Jewish Connection Club. And I think one of the things that just really struck me is he said, I still am a victim of anti-Semitic attacks. He said, but it would happen wherever I go. And it just really, hit the heart for both my wife and I to hear him say that. And then, for us to see what's happening in Israel, with the overnight, thousands of people's lives are being taken away because of the religion that they believe in, or, their culture. And so it just, for me, I just need to say this because I just think there's been a lot of question about whether we allow students to associate in groups. We try to overcompensate by saying it's all about the individual. And I've got to tell you, when I talk with this student, he also has a need to associate with a group of people that share his culture, that share his religion. So I started looking at school websites. I'm amazed at the clubs that we have for students to be able to network with other students who have either common interest or common religion or common culture or common immutable characteristics. And I just think we need to be mindful of that there's a need for both. We can't go off the deep end and just say we all are just one salad bowl and we should just be one big happy community. Sometimes there's a need for students to associate with others when they are identifying with a group, and I can't emphasize it enough. But here are some of we have like Student Coalition for Racial Equity, we have a Gender Sexuality Alliance, we have Fellowship for Christian Athletes, Young Americans for Freedom, Young Democrats of America. These are the clubs that our kids have opportunities to be at, but they go to that because it's kids that have common interests or kids that have common pathways that they have or common cultural backgrounds. So I would just also say that I was the young man that we talked to. I have my bracelet on. It's a No Place for Hate bracelet. He was very proud to give that to me. But this weekend, it just struck me, whether you support this program or not, the 4 words, no place for hate, just really resonated with me this whole weekend. And listening to that student who is of a Jewish culture and just the conversation I with him really brought it home and pierced the heart that we need to pay attention to those kinds of associations for our students so that they feel safe as well. So that was my experience this weekend, and I think that's all I have to share.
Director Meek?
Yeah, I thought I wouldn't have much to say going last, but I do have some. So Long Range Planning Committee met last week. They approved their recommendation to the board for land inventory review. They also started brainstorming on issues that really need to be considered when we are opening new schools. So we were kind of getting going with brainstorming, knock on wood. The DAC has not met, but the board's asking the DAC to provide its feedback by the end of this year, and we talked about their timeline. And so the timeline being the week of October 6th, an email will go out to stakeholders requesting feedback. They ensured that the draft is based on current board policy, like was discussed previously. November 9th, sending the draft KB policy with feedback from stakeholder groups back to the DAC. They are requesting an agenda item for the December 12th board meeting, so December 12th, because that was the date by which they were supposed to report back to us. So that's really an overview of that timeline. Wanted to remind everyone that October 26th, the DAC is supporting the Career Expo at Legacy Campus. I attended the Foundation for Douglas County Schools Gala. It was absolutely amazing, over $100,000 raised, but it's just always such a great reminder of how amazing our schools are and the programs that we have for our students. Let's see, Thunder Ridge High School came up over and over. Both of my daughters have gone through it. One, when I told her I was going this year, said I was the luckiest person in the world to be going. My other daughter was like, Mom, it's overwhelming. And it's both of those things. Director Williams, thanks for attending the CASB Delegate Assembly. It's a lot. And I agree, being able to schedule a work session prior, it actually is such a great opportunity for us as a board to talk about priorities and actually make sure that we are fully engaging at the state level to influence as much as we can. So hopefully we are able to do that in the future. So running for school board, there's lots of opportunities to talk about our district. So at the Alliance for Douglas County Charter School Candidate Forum last week, great questions. And I'm really happy you gave the safety and security update because sometimes people say things that aren't exactly accurate. So having you give that report is really helpful right now. The student-led candidate forum last night, again, what a great reminder of how brilliant our students are. They asked the toughest questions. You're lucky you weren't there last night. But just great conversations. And again, our funding challenges are impacting their opportunities. Bottom line, they're asking questions and so many of the responses go back to it being related to funding. So it was just a really good reminder of that. Investing in our schools is an investment in our community, period. It's not just for the students, but it's our entire community and what we're able to provide to everyone. And let's see. That's really it. Make sure people are out there and aware, and I know everyone is out doing their best to educate. And again, I think as we talk to people, we find that people really, once they understand, they're very, very supportive. And the biggest challenge is making sure that everyone has an opportunity to understand.
Okay, thank you, Director Meek. That brings us to item number 26, adjournment. Do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion by Williams,
Second?
second by Page. Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Page?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weininger? Passed 7-0. Go out and vote, and this meeting is adjourned.